Okay, good morning. I love all of the activity and all the conversations. That's wonderful, but I kind of liked, starting and getting out a little early yesterday. I'm not going to promise that today, but we are going to start on time and hopefully end maybe a little early like yesterday. So. Oh, Senator Petty on the record wants to know she wants to stay till 4:30 today. In jest, I'm sure. So good morning, welcome back. I know we had a spirited debate yesterday in here, which I think is productive, but I didn't know that they would be calling out the National Guard in the rotunda. It's exciting and always good to see the military recognition, and so appreciate all that they do. But so today, just to let you know kind of the lay of the land, we do have some unfinished business from yesterday, and we will take that up. Any questions from yesterday's models, we will take that up during our first discussion time, just so you know that we do have that built into that time period, so be prepared for that. And I do also want to welcome Representative Megan Steele to the task force. We appreciate Representative Brantley filling in for Senator Hill yesterday. I am happy to announce that Representative Steele will be joining us as his permanent replacement. So please welcome Megan to the task force, and I'm sure she will have her work cut out trying to catch up on the plethora of information we've taken up to this point. And welcome back, Dr. Kemp and Chair Hopkins. Good to have you back. So with that, we will start with Dr. Harwood. We mentioned yesterday a pilot program on at-risk, and he's going to give us an update on that. And I believe we have a handout from yesterday on that as well. And staff has extra. If you can't put your hands on that, let them know and they will get you another copy. Thank you, Dr. Harwood.
Thank you, Madam Chairs, members of the task force. Bad news is I forgot my glasses this morning, so if I hold this out like that, that would be why. I may need those, but so thank you. So you did get this handout yesterday. It came late, so I'm not sure where it ended up in your packet, but it looks like Jennifer is helping out for if those are needed. So as part of House Sub for Senate Bill 387 in the 2024 legislative session, the at-risk accountability plan was enacted, and it has a 2-year pilot program. So the first year, that was 24-25, has mostly been planning, and then 25-26 will be when the pilot districts, which now we have 12 of, we've had one drop out because of some significant leadership changes, and we'll be implementing, so they'll be creating their plan, we'll be working on the plan. The purpose of the pilot is less about evaluating results and more about making sure we have a workable system to get going, because the pilot districts will be able to change their plan when they have to start the real one in 26-27. The legislature gave that as a way to help us be able to recruit pilot districts. And the idea being is we want to find out what the problems are so that we can fix them before everybody else is going on. I'll talk about a couple of those that we'll be bringing up to the legislative committees this year that we think need to be fixed before implementation. So the first part there talks about the purpose of the law, which I won't read to you, but it's about at-risk accountability plans. And so the next part about the summary of the process, we'll kind of get into some of that. So in essence, each district, so this is a district level plan, not a building level plan, has to identify 2 cohorts of students. And there are some requirements for the students. The first one is that one of the cohorts has to be 3rd grade. So one of the suggestions that the pilot districts have talked about is actually moving that requirement to 4th grade. The reason being that they don't get state assessments until 3rd grade, at the end of 3rd grade. So it's difficult to set a 4-year goal when they haven't taken the assessment yet. So that's one we think is fairly simple. One of the other ones is that one of the, and this comes up later in the guidance, one of the requirements is that one of the two cohort groups has to be free lunch. And so the problem with that, and legislators have heard this before, is that because the district can't divulge free lunch status to anybody that doesn't know it, you actually couldn't tell the teachers that are working with the students that they were in the cohort. So we think the legislature should take that requirement away. The district and even the state can continue to look at the free lunch students that are in there, but it inhibits the teachers' work with the students. And so they need to meet one of the at-risk criteria, which teachers should know because they actually help come up with what students are going to be that. But free lunch is difficult, so we've told the pilot schools not to make the free lunch cohort as part of the pilot, and that's one we think that the legislature needs to fix moving forward. Again, because it puts districts in a bad place, is that either you can't tell the teachers who's in the cohort, or you can comply with the law, and it kind of takes away anything for the cohort. And then you have to establish a 4-year quantitative academic improvement goal for each group. I'll talk about a couple of things with that later on. Identify the targeted supports and interventions, conduct a longitudinal evaluation of each group, develop at-risk student accountability plans. So it's what you put into the plan. You have to submit an annual report, and then post the plan report publicly. And the report also includes a financial portion to it, which we have some districts will be working on this summer, and that actually is basically in their Fund 13, which is the at-risk fund. They will, as opposed to just putting expenditures in there, they will tie those expenditures back to the actual interventions that they're paying for. So it'd be easier for us to see how much they're spending on any of the interventions. And so then KSD would also be able to look at which interventions on the list are actually being used. It will also help us look at which interventions are being more successful in different places. Then the plan has to be posted publicly on their website. They have to send it to us. We have to post it on our website. And they will continue to make these plans until that district meets the state board goal for EA, which is 75% of all students get scoring in levels 3 and 4. This caused some confusion, and we've taken care of that. A lot of people thought that you had to set that goal for those at-risk students at 75% in level 3 or 4. That is not what that's not what's said. As a matter of fact, the at-risk students may be in the 25% that aren't in levels 3 and 4 at any time, and then you could still stop doing that. So the one thing that the guidance didn't put out there, and again, this was guidance that the pilot schools put together for themselves for the most part. They didn't talk about the, I guess, the disincentive for not meeting the goal, which is part of the law, which says that after the 4 years, if the cohort doesn't meet the stated goal, then you evaluate them for a 5th year. And if they don't meet it after the 5th year, that district would not be eligible for all of the increase in at-risk funding. And so what that means is that if both cohorts don't meet their goal after that 5 years, and let's say that base state aid is at, I'm just going to make the numbers easy, $6,000, and it goes up by 200, then their at-risk multiplier would stay at 6,000. They wouldn't be eligible for the $200 increase. If one cohort doesn't meet that goal, then they get half of the increase, so they'd be at $6,100 for at-risk only. They'd still be at $6,200 for all other weightings, but just for at-risk, it would be a different number. So then it talks about the purpose of the document is just to kind of give some guidance, so I wanted to go through that. So cohort formation, one of the issues that the pilot districts are going to be working with, just to let you know, we did get a really good cross-section of districts. The smallest district, I think, has 127 students, and the largest district has 21,000. So some of our smaller districts, if you have 127 students, you don't have 10 students at every grade level, and the cohorts can't be less than 10 because then it's not reportable. So small districts, if you don't have at least 130 students, you don't even average 10 students, not let alone have 10 at-risk students at each grade level. So we're going to talk a little bit about what we have the districts trying, but this will be something else we'll bring up to the committees is how do we deal with this because they cannot create the cohorts. The other ones, other districts, it's for the 21,000 student district, that will not be a problem. They'll have plenty. One of the things we're trying to do is help them understand what a reasonable number is because of mobility with the at-risk population, that how many do you need to start with to have a reasonable expectation of ending with at least 11? And so for each district, we'll put that information together and then just kind of go from there and see what happens with that. And again, what we're trying to do is avoid a situation where it appears that a district has intentionally created a cohort that won't survive with at least 11 or at least 10 students in it. And so that would give them some of that cover about this would be a reasonable number based on how at-risk students move around in your district. So the next part is goal setting. And this is actually one we're going to have to work with districts quite a bit on. When districts set goals, the typical is a stretch goal. And so the idea of the state board's goal of 75% in 3 and 4 is a stretch goal. That's a very ambitious goal. In this situation, districts need to set goals that are reasonably attainable, but not so low as to be not useful. And because of the disincentive of districts of the cohorts not meeting their goals, it's important that you have a goal. So we're working on some things that will help districts be able to justify why they pick that goal based on what they see happening in 4 years. So the next part is about assessments. And so we've had a little bit of this conversation here. The legislation is pretty restrictive about what assessments can be used. And you can use 2, you have to use 1. If the cohort is taking the state assessment, you have to use the state assessment. And then you can use an additional goal or additional assessment, but those are currently limited to ACT work keys as what those are. They can also be formative or summative assessments that are approved by the state board. At this point, the pilot groups have not recommended any assessments to use. They're going to kind of get through this pilot phase to see if there was something that comes up. One of the things that we look at is that for the evaluation guidelines, again, doesn't recommend any assessments at this time, additional assessments at this time, and then just make sure that if we're asking them to pick cohorts that will end in the pilot, that would end with having taken the state assessment or the ACT. And so that would be 11th graders that would take the ACT. The problem with that one, using the ACT as your last one, is that you could have them take it again as a senior, pay for them to take the ACT again as a senior, but that would be the only way you could evaluate that 5th year. So having the 12th graders be the last year is difficult because then you can't evaluate the 5th year. But you could use the ACT at the 11th that the state pays for everybody, and then if you want to have them take it, the district would have to provide for it in the next year. All right, so the next one is progress monitoring. So one of the things that districts have to do is evaluate their progress annually. And so one of the questions you have to answer is the cohort on track for meeting the goal? And this is where things get a little bit more difficult, especially if for 9th graders where you wouldn't have state assessments. But it's also, if you're using the state board or the state assessment as your measure, then the pilot are recommending that you use the interim and mini tests, which are based on the state assessments as your progress monitoring tools throughout the year. The one I want to draw your attention to is number 3, which is actually on the last one on the last page. And it's a caution, it's a little bit about what we've talked about in this committee some, is that the caution is using things like FastBridge to predict performance on the state assessment. And the reason for that is FastBridge is a skills-based test and what we see is that growth on a skills-based test does not always indicate, especially how you might look at performance on the state assessment. So some of this would be with what was talked about yesterday is that if you're looking at, we're going to have this many students in each of these categories after 4 years, you may have gotten really close but just didn't make it. FastBridge may have indicated that you were well on your way, but just it didn't work out that way. So there was a lot of conversation about can you use those growth-based measures as all the way through. They decided not to recommend that at that time, but that's one of the things they're going to talk about. So one of the things I accidentally skipped over, just to make sure we talk about it. So number one, after goal setting, one of the things we are recommending and we'd like the pilot to do is look at different type of metrics from the state assessment. And so the first one, the obvious one, is the performance categories. We talked a little about APIs, which are in the charts that we've shown to the legislature several times. It breaks the categories into 2, high and low. This would help with what we talked about yesterday with the student starting in the low part of one and then moving up into the higher part of one. And then the last one are the scale scores that are also there. Scale scores are probably more challenging for some districts to understand how to set a good goal with that. So we think most of them would be looking at either the 4 categories or the 8 categories, which are defined. And just so you know, the APIs were split straight down the middle of each of the 4 performance categories. And what it lets you do is look at that student that started off at the very bottom of level 1, but then gets to the top of level 1 or 2 or those kinds of things. So it's a little, it shows, you can show improvement better than just having 4 categories to look at. So those are the things that the pilot groups are working on now. Our original plan was to have them turn these in September, which is a lot at the beginning of the year. We're probably going to delay that some so they have a chance to look at the 2025 assessments as they set their goals. So you know that the state board next week will get a receive item on the cut scores for the new assessment, and then they will approve those in August, and then we'll be getting those out to districts in September. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harwood, for that update. I think that's very helpful for us to know where we are in this process. We do have a couple of questions. Representative Estes, then Williams.
Is the who's in free lunch, is that and who can know, is that a federal requirement and not a state one?
Yeah, so the federal requirements are that you can't divulge free lunch status to anybody that doesn't have a business reason to know. And so typically we've defined that also as the teacher in the classroom doesn't need to know whether they are free lunch or not. And so that's, I mean, that would be the basis for it, yes.
Thank you.
I guess the other reason that the pilot schools are looking at is that since this is based on at-risk improvement, I think that the legislature was looking at a comparison between at-risk and free. We can do those things on the backside without defining that cohort that way.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions. Thank you for providing a thorough overview. My first question is on page 1, where it says the process must be repeated every 4 years until the district achieves the State Board of Education goal to have 75% of all students who took the statewide assessment during this preceding school year at performance levels 3 and 4, both math and ELA. So I know we've gone back and forth on what's proficient and what's not proficient. I know the State Board and KSD have changed the language for those 4 categories since 2015. I believe the language changed around 2017, so that now level 1 is considered basic understanding. Level 2 is effective. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Level 2 is not effective. I think level 3 is effective understanding. My question is, oh, sorry, level 1 is limited understanding, level 2 is basic, and then effective. So my question really is, am I understanding correctly that the state board just voted to consider level 2, which is basic ability, to be proficient, which would be counter to all the documents that were sent to the federal government that said that 3 and 4 would be proficient, and it would be counter to what this is, and it would be counter to what is in statute?
I do not believe that's correct. I think they added proficient back to level 3.
Okay, so proficiency is now consistent. Everybody's talking about the same thing. It's level 3 and 4.
Right.
Okay, that's great. Consistency is helpful. My second question and last question is really about the longitudinal measurements. We've had a new assessment that was implemented in 2015. Since 2015, our at-risk students have, from that time until now, the gap has grown. There was an 11-point gap in 2015. Now there's a 13-point gap between those that are all students versus the free lunch. The gap is probably bigger if I would just look at the paid students versus the free lunch students. So, but, just to keep it simple, let's just say it's a 13-point gap. It's a growing gap. We have 45% of all of our at-risk students that are in the limited ability. In 2015, there were 31% in limited ability. So my question really is, we're going in the wrong direction for sure, but how can we be assured that with the new assessments that the state passed in statute, that there should not be any new assessments that are contrary, that would cause us not to be able to follow longitudinally? Can you, A, give us the present cut scores for every single grade and math and ELA as they are right now? B, affirm to us that the updated tests will still allow longitudinal comparisons from 2015, because that was one thing that was passed 2 years ago into law.
So we've had this conversation before. I disagree that what they're doing is a violation of what was passed in 2024. So certainly we can get the current cut scores for the test that was given in the spring of 2024. The cut scores for the spring of 2025 will be approved in August by the state board. So after that date, we can get those as well. It is my understanding, I have not been part of the process, that the 2025 assessment will be comparable to the previous assessment.
Okay, I think that's a little vague answer. So will we be able to continue to look at longitudinal data from 2015 into 2026? Because some of my districts are saying they are being told no.
So I can tell you that that's the intention that has been communicated to me. So, and Chair Hopkins, who will have a vote on those things, is shaking her head yes.
Okay, and so with those cut scores, also, can you let us know what those cut scores mean? For example, if the cut score is at a 200, does that mean they got 75% of the questions correct? So just be sure that we understand what those cut scores mean. That would be appreciated. Thank you.
And that information will be part of what the state board is considering beginning next week and then into August.
But I'd like to know what they are right now, so that we can.
Yeah, the current ones, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking over this information, and one of the things that I was curious about under the cohort formative guidance, that number 3, when it says not wanting students to be moving to different buildings, but it seems if starting in 4th grade that is going to be pretty difficult in a lot of school districts that have middle school, that within a 4-year period, they're going to be moving to different buildings. So I'm just wondering how that's going to be addressed.
So what we would suggest is that you plan that out so that the students that you pick for the cohort would be moving to the same middle school, or the interventions that you're using are more global, so it wouldn't matter which school they're in, they would still be having that intervention. So that's what we're saying, is that you make sure that you're being intentional. If you keep fourth grade, so then you're going to have fourth grade assessments, fifth grade assessments, sixth grade assessments, and seventh grade assessments, that whatever interventions you are planning for the cohort, they would be taking part in the entire time. And so if you have an elementary that's split between different middle schools, it's more common that different elementary schools come together for a middle school. That's not true everywhere. Sometimes you have odd numbers and those things work. But to take that into consideration when you're forming the cohort, and that might mean if you have, let's say, if 15% of this elementary goes to one middle school and the other 85%, you may not put somebody in that 15% into the cohort, even though they have matching criteria going there, just because they wouldn't have the same interventions all the way through. So we want the districts to be considering that, because even at third grade, they're going to, and only in a K-8 building would they not be at a middle school by the time they get done. So it's really just a reminder of, think about, based on where the student lives now, where they will end up, and make sure that you think the whole cohort's going to be here, or you'll get the same one. Now, what we've also said is just changing buildings doesn't necessarily mean they shouldn't be in the cohort. If you are doing an intervention at a particular elementary and it's not at the other elementary, then maybe they do need to leave the cohort because they're not getting the intervention. But if it's an intervention that you're doing district-wide, they're still getting the intervention, so they should stay in the cohort even though they're not in the same building.
And then the second question, Madam Chair, that I had was, it says, once a student has been removed from a cohort, they should not be added back to the cohort. So just explain that.
So basically what we're talking about are closed cohorts. And so if a student moves away, then they're not getting, you have no idea what interventions they are receiving. So even if they move back after the fourth year, it would be difficult to say that the intervention you were doing with the cohort is relevant to that student's learning. So we actually are looking at some things about, is there something about how long the student is gone before you take them out of the cohort? The other reason a student would be taken out of the cohort if they don't take the assessment. So this came up yesterday, but so if the family opts them out of the assessments the next 3 years, we don't have a score, so then they would be removed from the cohort because there's no comparison to do.
And that would be, well, like that with the assessment, that wouldn't be something you would know ahead of time.
You wouldn't, and that's why, so in order to be counted, you have to have a score from the first time and the last time. If you don't have, well, if you don't have the first one, you're probably not going to be put into the cohort because you don't know the performance. And the last one, because you don't have anything to compare their final performance to, they can't stay. And then the other ones are if they miss a significant amount of the time of the intervention, then their performance wouldn't be an indication of what the intervention was, what progress you're getting from the intervention. The other thing I would say is that although the goal cannot change from the first year to the fourth, interventions can. So we actually encourage districts that if your intervention isn't getting the outcomes that you want, you should change interventions. Now, this came up the other day too. Sometimes it's difficult to know in the first year whether you're actually getting the progress that, I mean, is it just setting the groundwork and you're going to get the progress later? That will be something districts will need to evaluate of, well, we didn't get as much as we want this year, but we think now we have it and we'll get it there, so we're going to keep doing it. Because if you start a new one all of a sudden, now you're starting at zero, and it can perpetuate. If you change every year, you're probably not going to get there either. So that's a decision point that districts will need to make.
And then lastly, and it just made me think when you were making that comment about students moving, so we should be able to anticipate that there's going to be, that in a lot of school districts, I'm just thinking about when I was teaching fourth grade. I had taught first grade, and then I went to fourth grade, and in the same school, same building, and I saw a 50% decrease in the number of the students that had been in my class and that had been there in first grade that were not there in fourth grade. So I'm just wondering, is it built in about there's going to be this potential shrinkage within the cohort groups?
And so actually that's why KSD is building what we call the attrition calculator. And that will give you a number of, based on your past student mobility, you need to have at least this number in your cohort to start in order to have a reasonable expectation of having 11 at the end. So what's going to happen is that there are going to be districts that could build a cohort of 12, but reasonably they need 30 in order to end with 11. So the chances of them surviving are pretty slim, but at least now you know that if all you can do is 11, all you can do is 11 and you're going to move forward. But for other districts that have, 100 eligible students, if they create a cohort of 40 and the attrition calculator says you really need to start with 60, is to help them understand why they should start with more in there. A good example, actually, with the folks from Fort Leavenworth here today, there is no way Fort Leavenworth can keep a cohort of 10 students because they turn over 50% of their students every year. So after 4 years, they're not left with very many. The other part is that they have a very low rate of at-risk. And so they may not even be able to put 10 together to begin with. And this is what we're trying to do with the pilot of, as opposed to saying, I can't make a cohort, we're looking at, can you do a cohort across grade bands? Well, and then that makes a problem with how you evaluate at the end because they didn't all take the same test at the end. And so we're looking at some of those things as we go as well. So, but the closed cohort will be difficult for half of our schools because they only have 500 students total. And so they just don't have that many at-risk students to put into a cohort. So those are things that we'll bring up with the committees this year after our pilot schools have put together their cohorts. And it's like, here's some suggestions. What do you want us to do?
Senator Gossage.
Thank you so much. Is there a working definition of at-risk?
So the definition of at-risk are the students that the district has identified as one of 14 categories. I think it's 14, it might be 12. We added foster students to it in 2024 as well. And so if the student is identified, so some of those are chronic absenteeism, being retained, a danger of not on track for graduation, not on track for or performing at grade level, ELL students, foster students. We could probably get you the whole list, but basically you have to be on that list. Oh yeah, it was in the yesterday's handout.
Okay.
I was here. I should have remembered that. So I understand why you didn't see it, but I should have remembered.
All right. Thank you so much for that, and I will definitely look at that. And I'm assuming then, so if they identify 2 cohorts of students, is what you're saying, and then they establish this 4-year quantitative, I would think that identifying target supports, conducting a longitudinal academic evaluation, this would not just be happening with those cohorts. This is something they would be doing with all the at-risk students, right?
So I think that's going to be, so in smaller districts, yes, it will have to be happening with all of the districts. In larger, well, all the students, at-risk students, in larger districts, this could be an opportunity for a district to try out new interventions or different interventions at different buildings and actually evaluate the effectiveness of the intervention. And so, I mean, if you have a building that has, 150, I'll say fourth graders, and 80% of them are at risk, you could build a cohort just at that elementary, and now you're focusing a specific intervention. So I think it can be either if you have enough students to make multiple cohorts.
And then my final question, thank you, Madam Chair, is that then are we identifying, I guess my background was Sylvan Learning Centers for 10 years, are we identifying the particular skills the students are missing that are causing them not to be able to keep up. If you never really learn fractions, you can continue to go on and on in math, but you're just never going to catch up. So is there anything in here that's identifying that?
So that would be an option for the district if they have enough students. Now, so what they could say is that if we're going to have a math, I mean, so for our math goal, yes, they're going to want to try to identify what the at-risk behaviors or what the behaviors they're trying to target to improve their assessment score on or meet their goal, and then target those. There may be interventions that not every student in the cohort receives because they don't have the same needs. So I mean, I think the statute talks about no more than 2 interventions.
It says that.
So, but we know that a student that's at risk, it may not be labeled as an intervention for the cohort, but it's something you need to do for these groups and these students in the cohort that you're going to do anyway. So I think the district will be identifying, once you identified the cohort, you need to look at what are the needs of those students relevant to the goal we have established. But in general, you're still going to say, this student has these needs that are separate from the cohort, and how are we addressing those needs as well?
So we have 1 year behind us. How's it going so far?
So actually, the last year was a planning year.
Oh, we
didn't have any procedures to go with. So the pilot groups put together the procedures, and so that was the result of this guidance. They are working on implementing and putting their cohorts together this summer, and then they will turn in their first plan this fall.
So an example of a goal, because it said they set their own goals.
Yes.
So an example of a goal that they might set would be?
So you could identify the cohort. Let's say that of the 50 students that are in the cohort, all of them are in level 1 on the 3rd grade assessment. So you could set a goal that at the end of the 4 years, we'll say at least 25% of the 50 have moved to level 2. I mean, that would be a goal. One of the things we're trying to help them understand is that what are reasonable goals to set, which means they are reasonably attainable, but also less likely to happen just by the year going by. So something more than that. Now, as Representative Williams pointed out, one of the things that we see with our current assessment is that from 4th grade is different, but when you look at from 3rd to 8th grade, we actually see more students performing at lower categories. So that's the other part we have to look at, is that normally things would probably get worse. So how do you do that with a goal? So those are the things they're struggling with as they put together the goals now.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So quick follow-up on that before we move to the other people who have questions. So I've heard different categories of goals. I've heard aspirational at times. I've never heard stretch till today. And then, of course, we all know SMART goals, which the A in SMART goals isn't aspirational, it's attainable. So what would be helpful, I think, would be, since we have these different levels and different variety of goals out there, if it was specified, this is an aspirational goal. This is a stretch goal. This is a SMART goal. I mean, I think that would, for me, be helpful to know the intent behind the goal, whether it's to push, and be ambitious like a stretch goal. I now know kind of what that is. I just think it would be helpful to know the intent behind the goal going forward. Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Harwood, as you were talking about wanting to be careful about students not leave in a given cohort, not attending in a building that is using a different intervention. I just need some clarity about what happens within that 4-year cohort for a student who no longer needs a given intervention. Is that just like the progress is evident in those scores, so it becomes clear they don't need it? This does not require that someone continue receiving an intervention for the purpose of supporting the cohort model.
It does not. And actually that was some of the conversation about if they're not receiving the interventions, they remove them from the cohort. And I said, well, now you're getting rid of your measure of success. I mean, the idea of any intervention is for it to be temporary. And if you find a really good one that doesn't take 4 years, that's great. And so if the student, especially if it's a pull-out intervention, you would stop that as soon as the student doesn't need it. Now, that student is in the cohort, you're going to continue to monitor and see the progress that you saw. Does that stick? And do we need to go back? But no, there's no requirement that the student continue to receive the intervention if they've met the goal of what was going on.
Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Dr. Harwood. Under the at-risk definitions, and I know that we have the list there from the packet yesterday, but is every school's definition of high rate of absenteeism the same?
It would not have to be.
So you can mark on your funding formula that this child has a high rate of absenteeism, but this school may not because they don't consider 5 days high absenteeism.
So we actually don't collect what a district thinks is high absenteeism. There is a state definition of chronic absenteeism, which is missing more than 10% of the school days. And so anything a school would do other than chronic absenteeism would be their own definition for their own purposes, and it would not impact any state data.
So if they're using the state definition of chronic absenteeism, they could form their own and use their own for putting their information in the formula. I guess what I'm just trying to understand is these are like repeated suspensions and expulsions from school. Well, repeated is 2. So are schools using that, or are some schools saying, like, there doesn't seem to be black and white. These seem very fluid, and we have a lot of issues with at-risk being misused. Is it because potentially some of these definitions are fluid from one school district to another?
I have not, I guess my first question, you talk about a formula. The at-risk definitions and identifications are not used in any formula. So,
well, when we're talking about at-risk funding, and they're using students that are at risk, and these are the categories that they can be at risk.
But at-risk funding is determined by the number of eligible free lunch students. It's spent based on the number on a student's at-risk definition or identification.
Correct.
So districts may have different definitions of how they identify somebody as at risk, which may change how they spend at-risk dollars, but that is a local definition based on the statute.
Okay. And then my second question is kind of going back to the longitudinal being able to compare with these assessments. And were there any measures taken to ensure the same type of studies without, or looking at the same cut scores with the same specific markers so there's not potential bias in changing of the cut scores?
So that's been going on through the month of June. I was not involved in that process. The state board will have that conversation next week.
Okay, so you as KSDE, you didn't look at other states, you didn't look at other models, you don't?
So I was not involved with that. Other people at KSD were involved with that. I was doing budget workshops all month. So I personally have not been involved. There are a number of people at KSD that have been involved, along with professionals from across the state that came in and worked on those. And all of that will be shared with the state board next week.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Getz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Harwood. My comment and possible question is kind of around long-term alignment with this. I mean, there's a lot of we heard post-audit around at-risk yesterday, and this was part of the reaction of helping to, okay, let's have a plan here. Let's see what's effective and what's not, so let's track this. And I want to commend the districts, the agency, and the legislature for taking some action that can be implemented But if 4 years from now, the funding formula changes in such a way that this really doesn't apply anymore, I mean, if that's what we decide, that's what we decide. But when the chair asked, what's the thing that you most want from this funding formula? And mine was a little different than everybody's, and I kind of thought I was weird. But this is a spot where it kind of lines up. It was a long-term vision, a long-term sheet of music that we're all trying to sing the same song. And this is a spot to where all of this hard work by a lot of people could go and not be as applicable anymore with a different formula. And what is your mindset around, if we do go to more of an achievement and at-risk is moved into base, and we don't know right now, so it's all kind of hypothetical. But I guess that it raised in me this one because I know some of the work that has gone into it, and it's complex, like these cohorts and what measures are we going to use and how is that, all those details are it's a lot of hard work. And I guess I don't want to waste all that hard work in alignment towards the future. Do you have any thoughts or recommendations to keeping this alignment even if a formula shifts in at-risk dollars?
So I will say that the work that we talked about with the pilot schools is to put together a school improvement process. And this particular one focuses on students that are defined as at risk. That the idea is that we have districts that probably are not doing enough evaluation and planning over their school improvement process. And so one of the things that especially, a lot of schools don't do a very good job of is actually tracking cohorts of students. We look, we a lot of times get hide behind good averages and not think about all of the students. And so education in general, for as much as I think No Child Left Behind didn't work the way it was envisioned, one of the things it did was just focus on every single student. So we're trying to build this as a process that districts should be using in looking at helping their lowest performing students improve performance. Now, the other part about that is that we really have 4 different things going on from different places. So KSD has the KISA process, which was school improvement. We have a school improvement process from the feds through Title I. And then we have the legislative needs assessment. A problem that we have now is that those seem like, and then when you add in this accountability plan, it's going to seem like 4 different things, and it should not. So the other thing that we are doing as an agency is looking at how do we bring those things together so they're really one process. And so, depending on what happens with this, it will change maybe the report we have to generate. And there are some parts of this that I think the pilot schools will say, this adds to the burden and doesn't without giving significant value. And so those things, if that changed, and some of those we'll bring up to the committee anyway. So would it stay the same if you didn't have the same legislation? Probably not. But the idea would be is that districts have to use a coherent, effective school improvement model. And so the way we see this kind of working is if you get identified federally, there's one set of things you do. It should be tied to and in connection with what you're doing district-wide with KISA and what you're doing with your at-risk students as well. Again, the reports are different, so there are going to be extra parts to it, but we can't have teachers and principals thinking that I've got 4 different school improvement plans. You should only have one. It'll have different parts to it because you're going to focus on different things, but it needs to be coherent. That's the part that we've kind of lacked. So I would say if this went away, we would be looking at ways that it would basically incorporate it into KISA, which is what we're looking to do anyway once we kind of get everything settled, kind of set.
I appreciate that feedback. I think it's good to think in using these practices no matter what the funding formula or the system, but tracking cohorts, seeing if these interventions are working or not. So I appreciate that feedback, and
And our major goal is to require a reasonable school improvement process from districts that may not be doing that without getting too much in the way of districts that are already doing it. So.
Okay, did we miss anyone else who had any? Yes, Superintendent Gibson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Harwood, one of the things I was thinking about here, is there anywhere else in the formula that has a consequence behind it, financial consequence? If this goal is not achieved, this is the consequence?
No. In our current formula, this would be the only place in the current formula where there's a negative consequence. I mean, but there's also not a place where there's a positive consequence. The only time the districts see, if a district gets overfunded, we take money back, but that would just, that's implementing the formula, and what that is based on. A lot of our parts of the formula, you estimate things. We don't know till the end, and like special ed is that way, is that we audit it after, the year after, because we don't know what it is until June. And so you can get a negative correction, but this would be the only place where going forward, there would be a negative impact.
And a second question, if possible, kind of a follow-up. And maybe just the practitioner side, excuse me, maybe the practitioner side a little bit, thinking about, this is a pretty large, daunting task, and I'm thinking through the statewide. And so I'm wondering, when this group comes back, how does that training look, and how systematic will it be? Will it be, we're reporting to the state here as a cohort, you tell us if we're meeting the goals, or is on to the districts to figure that out?
So in the 25 legislative session, KSD was given $184,000 to hire 2 FTE to support districts in this work. I mean, do we have the capacity to help every district to the level that they need? We will do our best, but that is a concern. I mean, we have districts that need a lot of help with just understanding data. And so we will try to do that systematically, and we'll see what we can do along with KISA moving forward. So once we get feedback from the current, we will start that process. So we're going to try is kind of what I'm going to say.
Thank you very much. I think that's an important part of this process.
Yeah.
Yes, Senator Gossage.
Very quickly, thank you, Madam Chair. I did find the list, thank you, from yesterday. And I was surprised that it doesn't have that the students are receiving free lunch, because we always hear at-risk free lunch kind of tied together. So it's not identified this at all.
I think that's from the understanding that just living in poverty does not mean you have any educational risk factors. The poverty, and then through free lunch eligibility, has just been the way to distribute the funds. And I think that's one of the things that KLRD has talked about. It's pretty common because there is a correlation between at-risk and poverty or free lunch. It's not a perfect correlation, so that's why it's not on the list, because if you don't have one of those other factors, just being poor doesn't mean you should be getting these other interventions.
So as this committee is addressing funding for, and of course there is the category of at-risk, it should be based on these categories, not based on the number of students receiving free lunch, right?
So that's a good question. The problem that's always come up, I think, is that one thing. So yes, there are. I don't have the number off the top of my head. There are a lot more students identified as at risk and receiving at-risk services than there are students identified as receiving free lunch. I think legislatures have been reluctant to let districts just decide who's at risk and who's not, which has led to trying to find a proxy, and free lunch is a very common proxy for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, did we miss anybody else? I guess my question would be, before this pilot, we talked about the purpose of at-risk funding yesterday. And can you share with us before this pilot was put into place? Because I look at the purpose of, or the intent of this is to show that at-risk students are getting the services and showing improvement. So before this pilot was established, what were some other ways that districts were doing this before this statute was enacted?
So I will say that there are probably some districts doing something similar to this. So we have some districts that have very robust school improvement processes in place. I will say that it was left to districts to do this. Not all districts have robust school improvement processes in place. Some of it is capacity, having somebody that understands the data analysis. Some of it is that idea of, if I only have 10 students, I know all my students so well, so I don't need to do these breaking down of things. I don't know that that's accurate in all cases. Sometimes it is. So it has not been consistent, is what I would say.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Yes, Superintendent Gibson.
This may be a comment more, but just kind of bridge the conversation. I know many districts are working hard in this area. And so, for example, in DeSoto with 7,500 kids, you have to build the system first, right? You're trying to build a system that makes sense to every teacher, every school, et cetera. And so we've done in the last couple of years is looking through the identifying markers. We do have a system in place that every student who has one or more markers on that list, and what markers that are being, that may cause them to be considered at risk. And then what we're doing beyond that is now we're looking at the individual state plan of the things that are approved and saying which one of those meets that particular need best, and marking that as well. Beyond that, we're starting looking at state assessments and saying, okay, this is how they're doing in third grade, this is how they're doing in fourth. So we're tracking on the same document. And then one more step, of course, looking at local measures, whether it be FastBridge or others. And so there are many steps in place, and that's probably the reason for my question is, if the state looks to be changing that, or there's going to be a directive, we then need to pause for a second and wait for that directive. So, and we're not alone, right? But it's going to be a little bit longer for us just because of the size and scope. And of course, we're not the largest district I represent, of course, on this task force. But certainly there are many systems in place, and the systems behind it take a lot of time to develop as well.
So as a quick follow-up to that, I guess my concern is when I hear that there's a lack of understanding of data. I've been out of the system for 7 years. I was the data leader starting in 2007. Data-driven conversations have been part of our education system for going on nearly 20 years now. I think to say that maybe they don't understand the data, I think we have trained teachers into looking at how to identify formative assessments and use those assessments to drive instruction. So my question would be with all sincerity, we've been providing at-risk funding since 1992, billions of dollars since 1992. And to hear that, well, districts are starting this, my question is, why wasn't this done? Because to me, if this had been done in 1992 when those funds were issued to address this problem, we wouldn't necessarily have this pilot going on. So your point of it being inconsistent, I guess I'm just trying to understand why the intent, and I think the necessity of doing this was because we kept seeing the hundreds of millions of dollars going to address at-risk and not seeing the outcomes that were supposed to be going. I mean, the purpose of at-risk funding is for academic improvement of those kids. So I guess my concern is why did it take something like this? And I hear Dr. Gibson's concern. He's trying to address it, and here we come with something that may not correlate with that. But my point is, since 1992, districts have been receiving these funds. Had they been doing what they have been doing all along, I don't think you would have seen this piece of legislation.
So I want to go back and make sure that I didn't misspeak, in that I think all districts are doing school improvement to some degree. I think one of the things that this brings that is not as common, other than in some of the larger districts, is really breaking down cohorts and tracking cohorts of students over time. That's the one that seems to be less common. And so they're looking at students every year, and they're looking at student outcomes every year. What this does is bring I guess, another layer of probably more effectively measuring the impact of the interventions they're using. I think what happens is we look at, here are the students that are at risk, and here are the needs that they have, and so we're going to try this intervention. I think that it is difficult once you've implemented an intervention to change it, because how do you start doing something else without stopping? And then, so I think those are more of the differences in that this is much more, I guess this is much more systematic than I think some districts have been in the past. They look at the data, they make the best decisions they can from the data they have. This will actually require a more nuanced look at data. It can't just be, well, students went up this year or down this year. I think it's also difficult with small numbers, because you get a lot more variability. And so that can lead to false understanding of what an intervention does or doesn't do. This requires a more consistent and systematic look at the data and the interventions and the outcomes.
Representative Estes.
Thank you. You went down the same road I want to go down. So a couple of thoughts for you. I hope districts will look at posts at our universities for solutions on data, because we have, people working on masters and doctorates. And I'm sorry, I'm a broken record on this because I keep raising this point, because I think it's an opportunity to help fill in for those capacities, that if we share data with university students working on doctoral programs, they can help us with our data, they can help us test our theories. Something that you just said, that this is more systematic and a deeper dive than we've done before. I think that's true, and I think that was the purpose. And you mentioned a hesitancy to change. I personally don't want this to stop us from being nimble, because I think as soon as we know something isn't working, we have a lesson to learn from why it's not working. That was still an important effort for us to make. And so I don't want districts not to be nimble. I don't want them to stick with something that's not working because it needs to meet a 4-year requirement. The last question I have for you is the markers that Dr. Gibson mentioned, will they be part of the digital CUME folders?
So at this point, we don't, we have a field for, is the student identified as at risk or not? At this point, we don't have what is their primary descriptor. So it won't at this point. We have talked about whether we want to put that in there. That will be cumbersome for districts, because you have to go in and mark that for every single student. But it has been discussed. The question that comes up is that, do you have to have 11 fields or 14 fields, whatever it is, so you can all that apply, or do you just do one with, the primary one, or you do up to 3? Those are some of the things we're talking about.
For me, it makes sense that we do add those fields and a yes, no, simple Boolean logic programming, so that when we do go look at our data, we don't look back and say, gee, I wish we had put more in earlier, so that we can look at, does this intervention work better for this at-risk student and not that at-risk student? So I think as we're moving towards intentional data, the better information that we're maintaining on our students is something that we can't afford to lose.
Representative Getz, and then Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is kind of a thought when Dr. Gibson was talking. I mean, at risk, it just made me wonder around, at risk is kind of looking at the weaknesses in a student and trying to address those weaknesses. Is there any, and I mean, I just think about that in my own life, there's just some weaknesses in Jason that I don't know that anybody's going to make right. I mean, but there's some strengths that all of you could edify and could work with. And I wonder if in our at-risk programs, is there a way that we are getting over on that other side of a student, even though there are some at-risk markers? Are there some programs there that are saying, but this kid is really strong in this? And what we want to, well, let's build off this strength. That's a lot easier to do than make a weakness a strength. That I'm not saying, when it's reading and when it's math and when it's basic skills, but is there any thinking inside of because I'm not there, so it might be a superintendent's question or those in the school systems. Is that a mindset in at-risk, and what does that look like?
Madam Chair, I have a different way of asking that question. When you look at the risk factors, A through E are clearly academic. These are all challenges that need to be met to help the student improve progress through the grade levels and mastering the skills and doing the things that are expected. There is a category that are, I'm curious what kinds of interventions are necessary. We qualify a student for at-risk services or interventions, as you call them, if they're in foster care, but they may not have any of the academic risk factors. So I think a different way of asking that same question, which is, I appreciate the indulgence, is can you help us understand what that looks like when it isn't the academic issues, it's a homeless student or a student with mental health issues or a foster student, or et cetera?
So I'll let Dr. Gibson and Dr. Kemp give more timely examples, but some legislatively. So you have the MHIT program that districts get partial funding for. They have to share that funding. And so one of the things that you could use at-risk funds are the other parts of that, because you're providing one-on-one support for mental health issues, which is something that could qualify you as at risk. So there are a number of them. We have districts that are, for students that are chronically absent, they actually have somebody that goes to homes and gets people to come to school. So that would be a technically non-academic intervention, but if you're not at school, that's going to be difficult. So for any of those that are on there, that we have districts that are doing something directly towards that, which on the surface is not academic, but I think those are on the list because it's an understanding that it's a whole student, and it's not just about academic outcomes. It's some of these other, it's Maslow's hierarchy through. And then a little bit to the foster care. So the foster care would be identified as at risk. Just because you're identified does not mean you have to be served. ELL is the same thing. A student that is identified as ELL may get all of their service through bilingual services and none of them through at-risk services. And so districts actually report how many at-risk students there are and how many at-risk students receive services. And sometimes that's why the served numbers can be lower, because just they don't need the at-risk service, they're getting it some other way. A little bit to Representative Getz's question, I would say that as a system, we do not look at the strengths that the student has. But if you're working with that student, you better be focusing and helping them understand their strengths, or you're not going to get very far with helping them with their weaknesses. So I think that is a mindset of the people that are good at working with students that have at-risk natures, and that's the person you're looking for to work with them to. How do you capitalize on their strengths to minimize their weaknesses, just like you'd like anybody to do in any situation. And so then if Dr. Gibson or Dr. Kemp want to offer something more specific.
So Representative Estes has a question. Before then, I would then, under this line of conversation, I would challenge the thought of what students are at risk. And I've had multiple conversations about our gifted students. They are at risk of not meeting or reaching their full potential by not being challenged or not receiving the services. They are technically under a special. So I think, to Representative Gett's point, not just a deficit-based, but could a student be at risk for not providing the resources to help them reach their full academic and potential? So in that light, I mean, you could almost make a case that every student could potentially be at risk of not having their individual academic needs met. Gifted students, for example. Representative Estes.
Thank you. It's not a question, it's more of a comment. We received we do the academic report card for children who are in the custody of DCF every year. And then we get into conversations about why their academic achievement is so much lower. They are fighting circumstances that are difficult. They are moved a lot. And to get to the root of the problem, I think there is a system solution that needs to happen. We heard about guidance counselors who put out of a kind heart our foster children in maybe an easier electives to help them recover from their trauma, but that child gets very behind on their academic credits, and they can get so far behind that they never recover. The other thing that we hear is a child is gone, and they may have been getting a very good grade in the previous class that they were in, and their final project doesn't get an opportunity to be turned in. But there is a group out there that helps and makes the phone calls and said, why did this kid get this grade? And the teacher says, well, they just disappeared. They don't know anything about that child. And I think our system absolutely owes these kids a lot. And in my mind, they very much belong on this list.
Hang on, Director, we do have Senator Petty and then Director Ricker.
I just, and this goes to the superintendents, but I would just say, I think over the years we've done so much when talking about the strengths and about keeping students in school, of looking at those strengths and changing curriculum that's being offered particularly in our high schools to address those. So in whether, I don't know, can't speak for House Ed, but in Senate Ed, lots and lots of conversations about vocational programs and the importance of having them available so that our students can come out not only with a high school diploma, but with a certificate or college credit. So that, to me, speaks to opportunities to, one, whether we're talking about someone that's homeless, or one year I actually taught in a seventh grade classroom that was specifically set up for students that had high absenteeism the year before to keep them in school. So it seems, and so I'd like to hear from either one of you if you want to share. Those kinds of things are addressing not only those students that potentially could fall on the at-risk, but are also addressing the strengths, the things that we're looking at for all our students to keep them in school, to keep them motivated and learning, but also looking at what is it that extends that academic area to grow all of them. So, Dr. Harwood, when you were talking about variations, I think that would be reflected in all of our school districts, that they're doing those kinds of things. Would that be true?
I didn't catch the...
About offering a variety of opportunities for certificates, for opportunities for dual credit. I mean, those are speaking to all of those needs, not only at risk, but for all students, for their strengths as well.
So yes, that would be true. I mean, a career technical path sometimes can be what keeps the student that has other academic concerns engaged in school. And so you would be looking at, hey, this is, this is the thing that you like and you are good at. How do we support these other areas so that you can get where you want to be in the future? And if that's, as a welder or whatever that is, that's what you're trying to do. If it's trying to get a student to come to school, it's who do they have a relationship with that, and how can you build on that? How can you do some things to encourage them to get there so that you can actually find out what their academic or other issues are, because not being there makes it really difficult to help.
And Director Rooker, we're going to give you the last word, and poor Dr. Harwood has stood up during the whole discussion time of our agenda, but I think that this has been a very worthy discussion, and so Director Rooker, last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just sort of wanting to put a lot of pieces together, because I think we are all feeling the same thing, that we need to provide the services and meet the needs of the students we have, whether they're gifted, whether they're at the lowest levels, whether it's life, these circumstances that can impact their ability to sit and focus and reach their potential. So I agree with not challenging why foster care would be a factor. I think it actually is a nice connector to what the ROSE capacities, which are in our law, which do address academic success, but then there are a whole range of other metrics that we have to keep in mind as we are looking at the whole child. So I think this has been really helpful in unpacking where we're driving. I would just note that agreeing that we want to make sure a talented student is receiving the challenges and opportunities that will help them continue to grow. I think that's when the focus, and I know we're trying to balance things, so I don't mean this to ignite strong opinions. It's just an observation that we need to be careful that we're not focusing so much of the time and attention and consequences solely on those lower end outcomes if the goal is to produce help all students reach their full potential. I think there's got to be room for schools to also direct some resources to that more academically equipped population. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but you're following what I mean, I think.
Okay, we're going to let Dr. Harwood get out of the hot seat. Thank you, Dr. Harwood, for that update on the pilot project and for the discussion. Task Force, I think we kind of went beyond and had some good discussion about at-risk. So we are going to then go ahead and move on. We do have additional open discussion after lunch, quite a bit of time built in. So we're going to try to catch up on our agenda, and we will be moving to having an overview of the history of high-density at-risk weighting with Revisor Jason Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force. Jason Long with the Revisor Statutes. You do have a memo in your folder on high-density at-risk student weighting. This is an additional at-risk weighting that's added on for districts that qualify. This is in addition to the standard at-risk weighting that you all have been discussing. Yes, it's on the revisor letterhead, says high density at risk student weighting at the top.
I believe it's right in front of the mint green sheet in your packet.
Oh, there. All right. This weighting is found in the same statute as the standard at-risk weighting, 725151. This is subsection B for high-density districts. And these are districts that have a relatively larger percentage of their student population who are qualified as at-risk under the funding definition of at-risk students, meaning they are eligible for free lunch under the National School Lunch Act. The weighting is calculated in two different tiers and two different ways. And so it's a little bit more complex than the standard at-risk weighting. First, the general basic calculation is two-tiered. It's those districts that have between 35% and 50% of their student population qualify for free lunch under the National School Lunch Act. And then the second tier are those districts that have 50% or more of their student population qualify for free lunch. And so there's a at-risk calculation. The weighting is calculated for those in the first tier between 35 and 50% by taking the actual percentage of students they have who qualify, subtracting 35% from that, taking that percentage and multiplying that by 0.7 gets you to a weighting that you then, of course, apply to your at-risk student population that you have in your school district to determine your high-density at-risk population. For those districts that qualify for the second tier, 50% or more, you simply take your at-risk student population and multiply by the weighting factor of 0.105. And so there's a flat weighting there rather than a calculated weighting as with the first tier of 35 to 50% at-risk population. The second level then is districts can qualify either on a district basis or if certain buildings within the district qualify, but the district as a whole doesn't qualify. And the statute provides that the districts are calculated as to whichever gets you the highest high-density at-risk weighting. And so when it was first enacted, and for several years, it was done strictly on a district basis. You looked at the at-risk population density for the district. If it was over the specified percentage in the statute, you qualified, you did your weighting calculation, and you did your math. And then in 2017, with the formula with KISA being enacted, they added a building component to it. So for those districts who might not get to that 35% on a district-wide basis, but say they had a particular building or two within the district that did go over that 35%, they could calculate their high-density at-risk weighting on a building-by-building basis. And so you perform that same weighting calculation I just described, but you only focus on the student population of a particular building. And so this particular elementary school has 40% at-risk students. So you would take 40% minus 35, take that 5% difference, multiply it by the 0.7, and you get an at-risk weighting just for those students and just in that building. And so you would only affect the at-risk students in that building, and that would be the additional at-risk funding that the district would receive. And that would apply if the district has, say, 12 buildings, but 4 of them qualify. They would calculate against just those 4. Obviously, if the district can qualify on a district-wide basis because the whole district population is over 35%, that might result in a higher at-risk weighting calculation, and so they would do it on a district-wide basis. I will also point out that because of this change in doing the building-by-building nature, as part of that, they built in that building-by-building component has a specific expiration date that correlates with the overall formula of July 1st, 2027. It was originally a 2-year sunset. They extended it for a year, and then they extended it out to match up with just the overall formula sunset. But just so you're aware, there is a unique sunset provision just for the building-by-building calculation for the high density at risk. The weighting overall historically came into place during the legislative response to the Montoy decision back in 2005. And so you can see in the memo there, the weighting initially started for school year 06, 07. You can see that 3-year graduated increase in the weighting. It was also initially just focused on 40% at risk and up. And so that 40 to 50% was a certain tier of weighting. Over 50% was a certain tier of weighting. And then when they initially enacted it, they had this idea that there might be some districts that didn't get to 40%, they were over 35, but because they were of a sufficient enrollment density that it was still a high density enrollment district, and therefore they qualified for the high density weighting as well if they met both the percentage of 35% or more and a density factor of 12.1 students per square mile. And so you can see there was weighting for that as well. In 2012, they modified the high-density at-risk weighting substantially. They took out the tiered systems to some extent, but they recalculated it so that it was what you see now with the difference in the percentage times 0.7 for those under 50%, a straight 0.105 for those over 50%. They also had left in the density factor. If you were below 50 but had a certain population density, you still qualified for the higher weighting in 2012. Obviously, that carried through until we hit the block grants. Then it was all frozen during the 2 years of the block grant funding. And then we had what you see currently under statute under the KESA enactment in 2017. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions on the high density at-risk weighting.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. As I stepped out and came back, if I'd have seen that 212, I'm sure I would have, that would have jumped out at me. So thank you. Senator Gossage.
Wow. Anybody listening to that would be like this and this and this and then that. Thank you, Jason. You always do such a good job of explaining very technical information. I'm wondering why we have this at all. It makes no sense to me. Don't they receive, I'm a school district and I turn in, we have 400 students that meet the at-risk category, or they receive free lunch. They qualify for free lunch. They get X amount of dollars. What am I missing?
My recollection of the testimony on this particular weighting is that due to a high volume of students who need at-risk services, the costs for those districts exceed what they were seeing in terms of funding from a standard at-risk weighting funding model. And so they were getting the regular at-risk weighting money, but because of such a high volume of at-risk students in their district, and I believe the testimony is largely from large urban districts, the cost to provide those at-risk services was higher than what they were receiving through a standard at-risk weighting. And the legislature's decision was, instead of just bumping up the at-risk weighting for everybody across the board, they decided to target the money at those particular high-density at-risk districts by providing additional funding through this additional weighting.
And they have to use that for special ed services, is that right?
No, they use it for at-risk program services, just like the standard at-risk weighting monies.
And how many of our school districts receive this?
I'd have to double check.
Eligible for
Yeah.
high density?
Oh, I'm sure we can get the numbers from our research
Okay.
staff.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for the revisor? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We will now have research. Jennifer Light. Got this. We'll be going over modeling. So I think we'll get some of those specifics, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. To answer the question that was asked, how many school districts are currently getting high-density at-risk funding, 222 school districts have a high-density at-risk weighting of anything more than 0. So that would be anywhere from the 35-plus category. So currently, as we stand, we have 2 categories, the 35 to 50%, and then the 50% plus. I didn't break those down right this second. I'd happy to get you that answer a little bit later today, but 222 school districts qualify and have a weighting in the high-density weighting category currently. So now we're going to talk about some of these high-density at-risk weighting models. The first thing I want to mention is there is an 8.5 by 11 green sheet that basically is the overview of the models. This one today covers both the high-density at-risk weighting models and then the combination models, the at-risk and high-density at-risk weightings when we combine those two together. So and that document has basically what the total state foundation aid is, what the general fund transfer to at-risk would be, computed LOB, the LOB transfer to the at-risk fund, and then supplemental state aid. I do want to mention that it is my understanding that the high-density at-risk weighting does not factor into the money that has to be transferred into from the local option budget section. It does for the general fund, for money that they get from the state, from state foundation aid, that money for both at-risk and high-density at-risk has to be transferred into the at-risk fund. From the local section, it is just at-risk and not high-density at-risk. So that local option section does not transfer, the percentage does not have to transfer for high-density. I did want to mention that as it is a difference that between the state foundation aid and the supplement or the local option budget sections of the funding before we get into the actual models.
Okay, so Jennifer, on that note, so then districts, since they don't have to transfer that in to the at-risk fund, it goes in their general fund? Do we know how many districts do put that in their at-risk fund versus those that don't, and how much that is?
So I do not have that number up here. What I would say is after that any additional money that the school districts are transferring in on top of the money that is required to be transferred in from the general fund and the local funds for at-risk, and then is something that is tracked. So it is possible that I do not have that information here, but I'd be happy to get that for you.
So the charts that we received yesterday that showed the total amount that's covered by funding versus what they're spending doesn't account for the fact that they may be putting some of the local at-risk funding into their general fund and not in at-risk. Is that
No.
correct? No, okay.
So there are 2 weightings. There is the at-risk weighting and the high-density at-risk weighting. And so in the from the state foundation aid money that goes out to school districts, the money that they get from the state for both the high-density and the at-risk goes into the at-risk fund. In statute, it says, it talks about that the local option budget percentage for at-risk goes in as well. I'm just making sure that I'm just clarifying that it is just the percentage of the at-risk weighting, not the high-density at-risk weighting from the local option budget that is going in. So it is just the high-density portion of the local option budget that is not required to be transferred in. I am not going to be able to speak as to whether how much of that the school districts are already transferring in to cover at-risk as well on top.
Okay, but the charts that we received yesterday that showed the percent that was covered, does that include the high-density LOB in those percentages as to what's covered for the number of students and how much districts are spending on at-risk versus the funding they receive, or is that separate? I guess that's what I'm asking. I understand what's in and out, but in those charts we received yesterday, do you know if this was included in those numbers?
Madam Chair, I think I need a little bit of clarification as to which chart you are talking about.
The chart that, and I can't put my hands on it right now, the chart that shows, no, it shows how much at-risk funding districts receive versus how much they actually spent, and the percent of students served, and we had a couple of
I
charts
will-
along those lines in that same document.
I will double check.
Okay, and I just want to know if the high density is included in those percentages and numbers. Was it in the audit report? I thought that came from.
If it's in, I will check over the lunch hour and make sure that we get clarification, just so that we have that
I just want to know what all-
universally
what all-
across the board, that I can verify with you which chart you
Yeah, and what all is
are
included in
visualizing.
that data? That would be great. Thank you.
So I will get that information before this afternoon. We have also provided a ORCID sheet. And the ORCID sheet, just like yesterday, basically walks through the examples for high density at risk for each of the models that we have. I do want to make, Revisor Long did a great job of going ahead and explaining the different sections in the formulas for the weightings. But I do want to mention that when we talk about the buildings, when he said that it's done by a building, on a building level, at the end, they add all of those buildings together to combine to make an at-risk, high-density at-risk weighting. It is not that we hand out, that the money goes out to a specific school individually. The comparison between the schools and the USDs is done as a comparison of the entire district, not each school district or each school in the district comparing to the overall USD number, which is confusing. I understand the model itself has a lot of nuance to it. And so if I made that more confusing for you, I apologize. So starting at the beginning with the models that we were talking about, again, the model numbers we have put up in the upper right-hand corner. And so for each of the high-density at-risk weighting ones, you can see we started over at Model 1 and moved through the model numbers after that. Model 1 is just removing the high-density at-risk weighting completely. If you did that, the state foundation aid model would be reduced by $77.4 million, and the local option budget funding would be reduced by $25.3 million. Model 1.01 is where we took that money that was reduced by removing the weighting and rolled it into base. The upper left-hand corner, you can see that increases the base to 5,498 instead of 5,378. And so with that, the model difference in state foundation aid is $4,508. And then in the local option budget, we are reduced by $16.2 million. And again, that would also be because of the fact that the weightings have changed, so the percentages change. I'm happy to stand for questions on the two base models that we have before I move into the models that differ from the ones we've seen over the various different points.
Any questions over the first two? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, model 1.2 is a model that says if we did not use the USD average, we only used the buildings to factor in for the high density at risk. So when we talked about that you can either use your full district's percentage or you can do each building, factor that together, add it together for your total. This one would say, all we're using is the buildings version. We're not taking the average of the district in general, just the buildings. That is what this model is. With that, there's a difference of $3.1 million in state foundation aid and $1 million in local option budget funding. Model 1.4 then takes and reverses that. It says we're not going to, we're not having an option between schools and buildings. You are only going to use the district average for that. So the models 1.3 and 1.4 are basically taking the funding model that we currently have and taking one of the option sections out. So for the 1.04, we're looking at a difference of 8 million in state foundation aid and 2.6 million in local option budget. Again, the school districts currently have to choose one or the other of these as they do their factoring now, and it's the higher of the two, so there will be districts that are getting less money in each of these because they will be having to use the other version of the options that they have currently. Happy to stand for questions on models 1.03 and 1.04. Or
Senator-
1.02 and 03.
Senator Petty.
So Jennifer, so 1.02, that goes to the category of just buildings. So every district, it's just buildings, it's not a district.
That's correct.
Total. 103 goes to using district
Yes.
and the current formula.
Yes.
And 104.
104 is another model, but I misspoke when I said 104, so
Oh, so you're not to 104 yet?
not to 104 yet.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to there. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Estes.
Thank you. Jennifer, it's an interesting thing when you brought up the point between district-wide and building-wide. In current practice, how, do you have any sense, and Dr. Harwood may need to help be your phone a friend. In current practice, do you have a sense of how proportionally well districts do disperse money to the higher need buildings versus lower need buildings?
Madam Chair, that is not something that I have tracked or looked into. And I'm honestly not certain. I'd have to defer and talk to the agency about that. So if Dr. Harwood has something now, I'd be happy to get back with any additional information.
Dr. Harwood.
So at this point, all the funding, both the high density at risk and the at risk goes into the same fund. So we wouldn't have any way to know how districts were doing that. So if it's district-wide, then it makes sense that it's district-wide. What I would say is that if you're relying on buildings, especially if it's only one or two buildings out of, 8 or 10, it makes sense that that's just where the students are, so you would do that. Again, the problem you run into is that the money is coming based on free lunch, and you're spending it based on at-risk criteria. So those may not be the same buildings. I think the tendency will be for that, but there is no requirement that it goes directly to that one, so that a larger percentage goes to that one building. And we wouldn't have a way to track it.
Yeah, and I'm not asking, do we send it to where we get the most qualifiers in terms of free lunch, but where it's actually needed. I can think of a few larger districts where there's a pretty big difference between the academic performance. For example, I can think of, I don't want to call anybody out, but I can think of a high performing and a low performing high school in a district that has multiple high schools, and I'm wondering, is that low performing district who has the highest building who has the highest academic need getting that money, or is the high performing building getting the same amount as the other one? And I hear you saying you guys don't know, and it would take a lot of work to go through and find that, but I think it's in my mind, and as we move forward, I want to make sure the money is getting where it's needed most.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you were saying that, Representative Estes, I was thinking a little bit about our mental health intervention teams, for example, or in Olathe, we've really dedicated a lot of resources towards mental health for the district as a whole. And so I could envision some of these dollars if, for example, in Olathe, if we went with only buildings, it looks like we wouldn't have a change, but if we moved it to just district-wide, we'd lose more than $1 million because we have pockets of poverty. So I hear what you're saying, but there are some more global efforts that districts are investing in, and I could see how they could use some of these at-risk dollars for mental health, for example. There are probably other examples. So seems straightforward, but maybe when you get in the weeds, local control might win over, and that might be a reason why.
I personally really want to see funds spent for their intended purpose, and that's important to me.
But at-risk funds are intended to help with mental health, for example. So I think we may be talking over each other. Are they not? I mean, do you not think mental health is part of an at-risk expenditure?
I'm talking about proportionality. If you give 2 high schools and one high school has more at-risk students than the other, the same amount of money that as you give to a high school that has less at-risk students, I don't see it getting spent as intentionally as we want it spent. That's just my opinion.
I think that's a fair argument. I wasn't necessarily saying that that's not my stance too. I'm just saying that mental health is something that would be a reasonable expenditure, and it could be on a broader basis, like in a big district like Olathe.
So that brings to mind a question that I have along those lines. Mental health, we have the MHIT program. And we reimburse for provider services on a fee-for-service basis for those services. So are we using at-risk money for mental health services and a fee-for-service? Do we know how much money, at-risk money, we're spending on mental health? And how much we're spending on fee-for-service for providers of those services or contract with, I know some districts contract with outside providers. Do we know that? Because I would not want to be spending money on something that's covered on a fee-for-service. So do we know how much at-risk money is being spent on mental health?
So, Madam Chair, the MHIT program used to be underneath the KSDE budget. It was moved to the KDAD's budget into the 2024 session. So there is money that the state does provide to that specific program. I do not have the number of dollars that was put in for 2026 in the top of my head, but I can get that information for you. What funding that is currently being used from the at-risk budgets or the at-risk fund specifically for mental health, I do not have that information up here.
Is that tracked? Dr. Harwood?
So I'd have to go back and look and see if there's in the at-risk fund, if there's actually a line for mental health. I don't know that off the top of my head. We can look and see if that's there. If it is, then yes, we can track it. If it gets coded under something like other, that would be more difficult. Now, in the future, you have to list the intervention that you're using the money for, and the intervention, one-on-one counseling is one of the interventions, so then we would be able to track that. So we'll look and see what we have now. That will be something that we'll be doing in the future. I would like to say that for the mental health intervention team, districts are funded now through KDADS for the cost of the liaison. They keep 65% of that, and then they have to send the other 35% on to their partner. So what we have advised is that you have to pay the 65% out of gifts and grants because that's where you have to deposit that money from KDADS. The other 35%, you could charge that to as an at-risk expenditure because it is one-on-one mental health is that. Anything else for fee-for-services would not be part of the district's mental health intervention team expenditures. That would be some separate contract if the district is doing something where they are paying some part of counseling services. And there are districts that have contracts to provide counseling services beyond MHIT. for the most part, now their partner, the CMHC or whatever other qualifying ones are now, are actually paying for those services and the school district is not. There are some that if the student doesn't qualify for services paid through either insurance or Medicaid that the partner can bill to, they may be trying to cover some of those. But based on the way the mental health intervention teams are set up, there shouldn't be a cost to the district for the service. The cost to the district is the liaison that coordinates between the school district, the family, and the partner.
We know that the majority of at-risk funding goes for salaries. So if at-risk funds are being used for a counselor that's providing services and then it's a fee-for-service to a Medicaid, do we know if that's a possibility and is that occurring? And if so, we would be paying at-risk funds and Medicaid. Well, MCOs don't cover the Medicaid, it goes a fee-for-service, but the agency would be then reimbursing for the services that at-risk funding is covering part of that salary. Is that a potential scenario?
So it should not be, because in order to get Medicaid reimbursement for a service provided by the school, it has to be done through the IEP. And so that would have to be a special education expense, not an at-risk expense. So the example that you talked about with a gifted student, a gifted student should receive gifted services through their IEP, which would be a special ed expense. If they are, if there is another at-risk, something else that they've been identified as at-risk for that is not part of their IEP, that service could be provided through at-risk funds. So because you couldn't get the at-risk service reimbursed through Medicaid, there should not be an overlap with those two.
Okay. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a clarifying question. Not every district opts in to do mental health, the MHIT program, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So maybe in that scenario, these dollars for at-risk could be utilized for mental health when MHIT money would not be available for that district.
Senator Petty.
Almost got lost in the mental health. Jennifer, you had said earlier that there are 222 districts that have a high density weighting. Of those 222 districts, do you have a number for those that are doing it by building?
Madam Chair, I don't have that up here with me, but I'd be happy to get that information for you over the lunch break.
Okay, I believe that's a pretty small percentage of that 222, but I'm just thinking off the top of my head here.
Any other questions, comments at this point? Seeing none?
Okay, moving to the models 4 through 6, we're going to talk about changes in the percentages. So we're back to when Revisor Long talked about the funding formula for high risk at density, high density at risk. He mentioned there are two formulas currently being used, one for 35% to 50, one for 50% plus. These first two models, the 1.04 and 1.05, are using those funding models, but changing the percentages. So instead, the first one, 1.04, would move it from 35 to 50 to 40 to 55%, and then 55% plus. The reason it was moved to 40% is because when we looked at the average percentage for at-risk students that is currently being used in the legal max, the average was 40%, so this would move it to 40% being the base instead of 35%. And then the formula is tweaked slightly in that instead of reducing it by the 35%, it reduced it by the base, which is the 40%. So you can see that in the ORCID sheet when I in the example walkthrough, it shows that it's using the 40 to 55% model for that discussion point. So in the 40 to 55% and 55% plus, this is a difference of $8 million in state foundation aid and a difference of $2.6 million in local option budget funding. In Model 1.05, we then move that percentages up another 5%, and so it moves to 45% to 60%, and then 60% plus. So this is just basically stating if you're 5% over what the statewide average is, we'd start there. So in that case, the model difference is 12.8 million in state foundation aid and 4.2 million in local option budget. I do want to take a moment, because I forgot to say this a few minutes ago, and say that in these models, we are still using the higher of the building or USD. So it is the percentage that is changing in this, but the school districts would still be able to use their higher percentage of either the USD or the buildings as their, so one part of it is changing, not both parts changing at the same time. Finally, in Model 1.06, this model breaks the percentages into 3 groups. So it says, we'll leave the 35 to 50% alone, we'll add a category in the 50 to 60%, and then we will have a 60% plus. In this version of the model, the 35 to 50% funding formula stayed exactly the same. The 60% stayed the same at the 10.5%, and then for the 50 to 60%, we went in between the two numbers and went to a 9% for the funding formula calculations. And so this one breaks it, instead of leaving it in the 2 sections, it is broken into 3 steps for percentages for density. So the highest density would still be getting the most money, but that if you're in the 50 to 60%, you may still need more money than what you are getting at the 35 to 50%. And so with this funding model, we're talking about a difference of $1.5 billion in state foundation aid and just under $500,000 in local option budget. Those are the models we have run for high density at-risk weightings. Happy to stand for questions on any of those.
Are there any questions on those models? Senator Petty.
Jennifer, I hate to sound like I'm getting lost here, but did these last 3 take away the building option?
No, they did not. These are you still have the option of having either the building or the statewide or the school district's overall percentage.
So but it would just be whether your building option, like for example in 104, had to be now 40% to 55%.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Either which way, the percentage would still have to be hitting the 40% mark instead of the 35% mark or the 50% mark.
Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick clarification on all of these forms. Whenever we're talking about the enrollment, is this K-12 for these schools or is this pre-K-12 on all the forms? And I know that's minor, but I'm just trying to make sure my brain understands when I'm looking at it all.
Sure. Total adjusted enrollment includes K through 12 as well as pre-K at risk.
Okay. So what about students that are still in SPED programs that go up to age 21?
Can you repeat the first part of the question, and I may be able to help?
I was just curious on all of our forms under like the total adjusted enrollment. So, you know, like if we look at Neosho, they have 429 students. Is that K-12? Is that like, what is that calculating?
So that would actually be pre-K through ungraded. So it would include students in the 18 to 21-year-old program as long as they qualify through the RIP. So they're pretty specific about what counts in that, but it would. So that is that's pre-K through 12 plus.
Just pre-K at risk or pre-K if a building has pre-K?
No, so it's the only funded pre-K through our pre-K at risk, and then students with IEPs, so the special education pre-K. Those are the only two that get funded to this. If you have a student coming to pay for service, they are unfunded through the formula.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? So Jennifer, just for clarification, yesterday we talked about at-risk. How much total are we spending for at-risk waiting?
At risk
At-risk,
by itself?
yes. State and local.
Let me see if I have that back at my desk. So, Madam Chair, using quick math in my handy dandy little overview, the current model has foundation aid for at-risk at 4.2 million, and then
4.2 million?
billion, with a B, not an M, billion, 4.2 billion. Oh, that's total state foundation aid.
Right, that's, yes.
Okay, this is not the document I thought I had.
So I think it's
I think I'm gonna have to-
584 million, right? But that doesn't, okay, and then another 168 million from LOB, correct? I want to make sure I'm understanding this.
So,
Yeah, Dr. Harwood.
so I don't, I mean, I think the at-risk was 506 million, right? And the average LOB last year was 32.3. So that'd be 162 million. So, I mean, I think you were along the right lines. I thought it was 506 and then 77 million in high-density at-risk, and then about 162 million in LOB that has to be transferred.
Okay, so what I really want to know, because to this whole discussion, I want to know how much we're spending, state and local total, including high density, on at-risk. That's what I want to, I want to know the total number.
Madam Chair, I think we may have an answer for that.
I knew
If
you
were
would. I
wanting
knew
both
you
high-
would, Jennifer.
If you were wanting both at-risk and high-density at-risk, I
Yes.
would refer you to the next packet we're going to talk about, where we talk about at-risk and
We had that
high-density.
planned, that segue, okay, just for the record. Okay, sorry to jump ahead.
No.
Before we jump at anything else, okay, please proceed, Jennifer.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. So we are going to talk about the, basically with the low and high enrollment discussions, there were some requests that we see what it would be if it was combined. So this is our attempt to give you something to at least start with for a combined removal or adding into base for if the low or the at-risk and the high-density at-risk both were removed. So model 1.0 behind the salmon sheet is the at-risk and high-density at-risk weighting if we removed both the at-risk and the high-density at-risk weightings completely. So in this, you can see in column I that the model difference in state foundation aid, if we removed all of it, is $584.1 million. And the local option budget funding is $191.3 million. So if we add those two together, it would be $775.4 million, and I know that because we gave it to you in column R. So that is how much in at-risk and high-density at-risk weighting we are talking about as far as the local option budget and state foundation aid percentages. That is not including anything additional at risk that the local option budget is choosing to include. So the school districts are adding more money to that. It would be more than that, but this is what would be based on the percentages that are needing to be put into the at-risk fund. Model 1.01 is taking and saying, if we rolled that amount of money back into the base, what would that look like? So for this purpose, the model base becomes $6,439 per pupil, which puts us back at a model difference in state foundation aid of $4,508, and then a local option budget of $16.2 million if we rolled it back into the base, if the dollar amount that we currently have. Those are the two models that we have run for both at-risk and high-density at-risk. If there is another model that you would like to see, we're of course happy to go ahead and run those as well. But with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions on these or any other models we have talked about in the last 2 days. And any other ones from last time, too.
Thank you. Appreciate that, because we didn't have that opportunity earlier, and I said we would circle back from yesterday. So let's go ahead, since this is the most recent presentation we've had. Let's go ahead and cover the ones we just had, and then we can open it up for previous models that have been shared. So anything on these current models? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so making sure we have the numbers right. So we have spent in, or this model, 1.0, last year would be approximately $775 million for high and regular at-risk. Is that correct?
This is fiscal year 2025.
And does that include preschool?
That includes the preschool at-risk funding, because that's the only funding that goes out for preschool.
Okay. That's a lot of money. All right, thank you.
Representative Steele.
I believe the pre-K includes at-risk and IEP, so special education. Correct? Like when you're looking at these adjusted enrollment numbers, that's a number there. So if that would be over in that total.
But Madam Chair,
Jennifer.
when we're talking about what is being removed, we are looking at the at-risk portion only. We are not looking at special education. We are looking at the numbers that we are using when we are pulling out within the models. That is numbers for at-risk, not special education, because this model is only focusing on the at-risk or the high-density at-risk, or the combination of at-risk and high-density at-risk.
Representative Williams.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that question, because that just reminded me that when it's pre-K, we don't use the proxy. Tell me if I'm wrong. We use the list, the full list that says, do you have a single parent? Did they graduate from high school? Are they homeless? I believe that funding does follow that list rather than the proxy for pre-K. Yes or no on that?
Dr. Harwood, I see you wanting to jump in on that.
I will certainly let Jennifer answer if she'd rather. So when you're counting the enrollment number, then the list is followed. If the student counts as a pre-K at-risk student and then also would qualify for free lunch, they would get the base funding at 0.5, but then they would also get the at-risk funding. So being pre-K at risk, you have to meet the criteria that's on the list, but then you're also eligible for any other weightings that you would be eligible for as that student.
Representative Williams.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I'm following you correctly. So let's say I have one parent, I'm 4 years old, I'm enrolled. I get the base funding, but I don't qualify in terms of the free lunch. My mom makes too much money, so I don't qualify. So I don't get the at-risk portion, but I do get the base funding.
Yes, that is correct.
So these kids get a part-time base, right? They don't get a full-time base.
0.5.
0.5 if they fit the criteria, but that criteria is an at-risk criteria, but they're not getting the weighting unless it's the proxy.
That is correct.
So they get, okay.
And they're actually, because half-time is considered full enrollment, that's why they are eligible for the at-risk funding on top of the pre-K at-risk base funding.
So it gets a little murky on this because they are qualified by an at-risk list. They're getting base aid for it, but they may not get the other. But it would be interesting to know what percentage qualify for both and what number of total pre-K students, what percentage of those pre-K students that are enrolled qualify for one or both.
So if I could follow.
Dr. Harwood?
So in order to be considered a pre-K at-risk student, you have to qualify under the pre-K at-risk list. So you have to be on that list. And then if you also meet the definition for free lunch, then you get the other one as well. The district gets the other one as well. So you have to be on the first one. You only qualify the second one if you actually qualify under the at-risk, under the free lunch program.
It seems, okay, I'll think through that. So here's my question then. Those pre-K at-risk students, even if they don't get the at-risk weighting, count toward a district's high density?
No,
No.
no.
Okay.
So-
Do they qualify for other weightings?
They-
ELL weighting?
Could, but only if they're enrolled in if they're receiving ELL services, they could. Yeah. So if they are enrolled as a pre-K at-risk student, which has a specific set of criteria, they then can qualify for other weightings that they qualify just like any other student. So the funding that the districts received based on the free lunch status of pre-K at-risk students is included in the $507 million and $77 million we just talked about. Other funding that the district received for having that pre-K at-risk student, the base funding, is not included in that $507 and $77 million. And so, and then to Representative Williams' question, we can look at the percentage of pre-K at-risk students that were also met, that I'll just say that were qualified for free lunch.
So the base that those at-risk pre-K students receive, does that have to go into the at-risk fund?
It does not.
It does not. Okay.
There's actually a separate fund for that.
Okay. Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, just for some clarification, is state statute require base pay to be K-12? Whenever we're talking about funding, I never really got clear answers on this past session, because is statute saying that as a state we're funding K-12? And I don't know if this is a Jason question, because I kind of feel like that's where what statute is saying is K-12, but yet we have all of these pre-Ks that we're funding with all of these special formulas and all of these weightings.
Which are also statutes.
So if those are statutes, but it goes against the actual base statute, so do would our revisers know?
I see them debating who's going to, okay, Jason.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the task force, Jason Long with Revisor's Office. The base funding is based on the enrollment of the district, and under the ks statutes, the enrollment is calculated to include preschool at-risk students, and those are students who are not enrolled in kindergarten or below kindergarten and have been identified as eligible to receive at-risk services according to that list. Those students are counted in the enrollment. They receive base funding under the base aid based on their enrollment, which, as Dr. Harwood pointed out, is a 0.5 because they're part-time students. They only go to school half the day.
Okay, so our base funding is paying for 4-year-old A that is at risk. So our base funding will pay for that. But if 4-year-old B is not at risk, it will not pay for that.
I believe that's correct, that if the district has a preschool program for all general kids, that they do not receive base aid for those students in that program who have not been identified as at-risk students.
I think you could take this further, Madam Chair, you know, when we're looking at all children are potentially at risk that we discussed earlier with gifted and everything. I just, there's muddy waters here with pre-K, just as an overall thought. Thank you, Madam Chair. Then thank you, revisors, for your help.
Jennifer, did we get, I know we got the list of the 12 or 14 at risk. Did we get that for pre-K? Because they are not I believe they're not the same.
That is not something we printed for this meeting, but we can have that for you after lunch.
I think that'd be helpful if we had the list of what qualifies for pre-K at risk, if we could get that, please. Thank you. Okay, any other questions on our current models that we just went over? Senator Gossage.
Maybe it's partially because I had a long visit with Mark Cuban yesterday about upsetting certain health benefit things. But in looking at education, it seems like the fact that we are basing this on only because that seems to be easier, the students who are receiving free lunch, which may or may not have anything to do with at risk. And then the school district is supposed to report students that are actually receiving services. So the funding may come, they send it back if they're getting more than they need. How does that work?
So,
Dr. Harwood?
funding that is, so the funding that's going has to be deposited into the at-risk fund. At-risk funds can carry over in the at-risk account. So they don't get sent back. They go into the at-risk funds and would go as a cash balance for the next year.
And do we know of any school districts that have an at-risk fund?
Every district
for
has.
carryover?
I think the vast majority of them have some cash carryover. We actually, there's legislative post-audit that encourages about 10 to 20% cash carryover so that you can, carry on when things don't always happen the way they're supposed to.
And do the school districts, let's say I'm a superintendent and I say we have this many students that are receiving free lunch. Does the state already know how many students are receiving free lunch, or is that reported to the state?
So direct certification, students that go through direct certification, KSD knows about those before they ever actually figure it out at the district, because we send out that list. For students that qualify based on the application for free lunch, the districts let us know who that is, and then that's actually part of the audit process of that KSD auditors audit some portion of those as well to make sure that the school's audits were consistent.
And as you said, there could be students that are not necessarily receiving at-risk or free lunch, but they're very at risk. They're dyslexic, they are very below grade level, et cetera. Where does that calculation come in?
So the school districts identify students that they tell us what district students are, so they can tell us what students they've identified as at risk. And then in a report at the end of the year, they tell us how many students were identified as at risk and how many received services. So in that, the number of students that are identified is greater than the number of students who qualified for free lunch. So we know that there are students that districts that have identified as at risk, but they do not qualify for at-risk funding.
Maybe while we're the purpose of this is to look at funding, how we're funding education, maybe we need to take a look at how that is done, because it kind of seems, yes, there could be some correlation with having free lunch, but, there could be the child that, experienced trauma. And to me, a lot of this in this list, it's kind of half are indicating they're not working on academic level. Okay, well, we need to know that is, haven't mastery the skills, they've been retained. All those things make sense. The rest of this list seems to be a potential reason why. Absenteeism, the fact that they're in custody of DCF, their social emotional needs, these could all be reasons why that they're not necessarily at grade level. I just think as part of what we're doing, yes, we're looking at funding, but we need to take a deeper dive into, is this the best way to determine? And then how are those funds spent? Are they just put into the general fund? Because we know special ed is only supposed to be used for special ed. But at-risk funding, how is that spent? And do we know that's actually making a difference in the academic, the overall academic success of these students?
So the at-risk funding is required to be deposited into the at-risk fund, just like special ed. So that's the same.
Right.
What I talked about with the at-risk accountability plan is a step towards looking at making sure that, or actually evaluating what academic process is being made, because you can only select academic goals for that, even if the student is actually receiving what would be considered non-academic support, helping them get to academic improvement.
So then how, is there any accountability of we received X amount of dollars and it's gone into our funding for high risk? So what have we used those dollars to do, and have we seen a difference in the academic progress? Or is that what we're trying to do with this experiment?
So that's part of the purpose for the pilot is, one, it's going to increase the reporting of what funds were spent on which interventions. But then it's also with these cohorts, not looking at every single at-risk student, but looking at the cohorts to work through that.
So I could see where students would be special ed and at risk, so they receive the funding for special ed and they receive the funding for at risk for this same student, correct?
So if the student is, the student can receive both services, but the service is charged to the account for which it makes the most sense. If it is in service of their IEP, that service should be, that funding should be charged to the special education fund. If it's an at-risk service, it should be charged to the at-risk fund.
Could you name, and this is my last question, Madam Chair, thank you for divulging me, but could you name a service that would be an at-risk service that would potentially not be part of an IEP?
So actually an easy one would be if a student has an IEP for speech language. So any of their speech language services would be paid for with an IEP. But if they also need math and reading help, intervention, but that's not part of their IEP, that would be paid for by at-risk funds. And so in that case, the student with a speech IEP may not have any academic goals in their IEP. And same with if they have OT or PT services, they may not receive any academic special education services. So any academic services they get could be at risk instead. Well, if they qualify as at risk, I should say that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams.
Thank you again just for this last question. And I went to the KCK website just to see what they are saying to their constituency about who could or who could not qualify for pre-K at risk. And I think there's maybe some confusion out there, not just here at this table, but also with our districts. And I would love for you to kind of check into that and get back with us, because they provide 10 ways in which your child will qualify for pre-K. And the first one they list is free or reduced lunch, which is not consistent with what you just provided. It also had something on there that I don't think I've seen before, which is lacking health insurance. So I know that Jennifer's going to get us that list, but I just am curious how many districts might be using a different list, or if that is truly part of the list, or where the lostness is coming for districts that may be doing something that's different than what you've just reported to us.
So, I mean, just to be clear, what I reported is that if you qualify as pre-K at risk, not based on poverty, so that you aren't qualified for free lunch, then the district does not receive at-risk funding based on that. I actually think poverty is one of the reasons why a student can qualify for being at 3 or 4-year-old at risk. So if that's the case, if you qualify because you're in poverty, then you would qualify for both.
Okay, thank you. I think that it does make sense. The enrollment
Yes.
is the proxy. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But to follow up on the not having health insurance, is that, we'll get the list, but does anyone know where that came from off the top of their head? Okay, well, we'll dig into that and maybe get some clarification on that. Okay, any other questions? And we'll open it up to, as Jennifer said, any of the previous, if you've had time to look over those and kind of digest yesterday's. Yes, Jennifer.
Just as a quick follow-up here, the question was asked about cash balances. There is a document that you have received in your packet today. It's in the afternoon section underneath follow-up stuff from KLRD, but it's state total cash balances by fund for school years 18-19 through 24-25. In that, you do have both the at-risk fund, which is Fund 13, and the at-risk for four-year-olds, which is number 11. So if you're curious about that, I would remind you that this is statewide, and that the statewide total, when we factor in how much needed to go into the fund, was $775.4 million. Now I'm back to mixing up my M's and B's. Million for $775.4 million statewide.
Okay, so a couple of things that I'm hearing. I just want to make sure I'm hearing correctly. So 775.4 million, that's for 1 year. If we just say, because I know it's increased, the last 3 years, is it fair to say it's been over 2 billion spent on at-risk? If we just say 700 million, over 2 billion in the last 3 years, would that be fair?
Madam Chair, I think that is a
close?
I think 2 billion is probably a fair estimate, but I would say it is an estimate only, and I would remind you that base has also gone up over that time, and that's why I'm hesitating to just say that it's a guaranteed.
I'm good with that, because whether it's 2 billion, a little less, a little more, you know, that is a lot of money. The other side of that I'm hearing is, I believe I heard to Senator Gossage's question about, well, how do we know we're seeing the improvement for these resources? And what I'm hearing is we're taking steps, we're starting that. I just want to point out, we're talking about funding, and we have been funding at-risk since 1992, over 30 years. And I think over that 30-year period, it would be fair to say billions with a B, has gone toward addressing our at-risk students. And again, I'm going to challenge us. What measurement do we have to show that we are making the gains that this funding is intended to produce? Because we know very clearly the purpose of at-risk funding. And what measurement do we have to say we have helped those kids by investing the billions of dollars since 1992? I still am not clear on that. And I think I don't want to lose that core, because as we look at how we are spending our education dollars, we've got to ask ourselves, is there a more effective way, or what are we going to use to measure the return on that investment? And as of yet, I have not heard anything that would indicate the investment of the taxpayers to help those at-risk kids has yielded any tangible outcome. So I don't want us to lose sight of that. So is there any, I kind of did that so we have a little bit more think time. Is there anything else on any of these models before we break for lunch? Anything else? Yes, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I just wanted to, this cash balance, I went back to 2005 and checked. Our cash balances for all funds went up 170.35% since 2005. If you just look at the operating, they went up 183% cash balances. But since we're talking about at risk, and your question was, do we have any measurable outcomes? I actually went back and checked our self-paid student at risk, or our self-paid outcomes compared to our free and reduced lunch outcomes. And the gap, remember I was talking about the gap was 13%. The gap was originally at 2015, 15%, and it moved to 25%. So we put $775 million in last year, and that gap grew by 10%. But my point here is on this cash balance, notice how much money is in cash reserves for at-risk. $100 million. That money that we've invested in kids is sitting in the banks, and it's doubled since 2019. Why? Why? We gave that, taxpayers gave that money, and we have doubled the amount that we have held in reserves. And by the way, if you look at every district and their cash reserves for operational expenses or other expenses, they should have 15%. We understand that. Their bond and interest, I'm not really counting that. But we don't need to be having this exorbitant amount of savings when our kids are declining. So I just wanted to make a note that this is very telling. This is our strategy. And our strategy is not working.
Yes, Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think, pursuant to discussion earlier this morning about the way the test scores in a longitudinal sense matter and can be tracked, 2015 represents a break point. So the percentages quoted then do not actually, that is a break in the longitudinal nature of the testing because of the changes to state standards and the state assessments. So I think when we ask why we jumped that much, we revamped the system at that time. And I think that needs to be an asterisk at minimum when we're talking about those changes in percentages. I'm not discounting there could be factors related to achievement and you know, the environment kids were in, 2 years of frozen funding from the block grant that affected a lot of schools that I guess it was Dr. Harwood's district at the time, not Dr. Gibson's, but DeSoto was growing exponentially, funding's frozen, and resources were strained. Federal funding, as of today, has been withheld for homeless interventions, after-school programs, the 21st century after-school program, like a lot of things tailored for students that need. Districts, I would open the opportunity for superintendents to talk more about ending balances, but I do think we have traveled through a period where districts had to rely on those balances to cover during the recession era when we by necessity had to cut 5 different times during the course of a single school year. 14, we did a rescission bill during my tenure in the legislature, maybe 15 due to the budget strain. I can't speak to all the reasons different funds have different ending balances at a given point in time, but I think we do need to be careful about how we are thinking about the period that we are discussing for a variety of reasons. We had to restore funding cut. We never achieved the Montoy settlement rate. We cut funding, we've had to catch up. So there's a lot of variability. Statistics are interesting, and they have a role to play, but I think there's, I said it yesterday, context matters as well, and I hope we keep that in mind.
Any other questions, comments before we break for lunch from anyone? Okay, it is about 25 or 20 till noon. Would it be a hardship for anyone to make it back at 1 instead of 1:30 to start a little earlier and maybe get done a little earlier? Would that be a problem for anyone's plans? Would that work to be back at 1 for everyone? Okay. We will break for lunch until 1 o'clock. Okay, so welcome back. I need my teacher. Clap once if you can hear me.
Mic on and talk about the crowd.
Don't make me put my teacher voice on. 1, 2, 3, look at me. If you can hear me, clap once, all of those things. So, okay, as we come back from lunch, staff is passing out some handouts. They will continue to do that, so we will let them get distributed before we formally begin, but if you want to start organizing, we'll begin here in just a moment. Okay, I got the green light that you should now have all the materials at your desk. So we will begin with discussion and specifically on the high density at-risk weighting is what's on the agenda, but I feel like we can be informal enough if it's okay to discuss any of the issues around both at-risk and high-density at-risk weighting. So we will open it up for questions, comments, discussion at this time. Representative Getz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a general question, and maybe I missed it in the overview of at-risk or high density. When those were put into place in the formula, were there reporting standards in place for kind of some of the things, effectiveness checks or anything like that? And if so, you know, and great, and or if not, you know, maybe why not? Because I think that's what we're talking about now is if we shift this, no matter how it gets funded, we kind of want to know if it's working. And were there any standards in place from, I think we were saying 1992 or 93 school year? Were those there?
I'm going to look at our revisers. That sounds like a question of the original statute. So, Jason Long.
Madam Chair, members of the task force, to my recollection, it was treated basically just as a weighting statute, the same as the others in terms of you look at a certain student demographic, apply a factor, and that's the weighting that then gets built into the formula. I believe the accountability type of measures came later, but I would have to go back and look at the back in the 90s in terms of if there was anything that predated, say, the Montoy case and decisions in terms of accountability. There's nothing that I recall, but we can go back and just verify.
Thank you for that. I guess my only comment around that is just, you know, as we're talking about this, I mean, took kind of 30 years to know what it was doing, and we're doing good work now to have some cohorts and tracking it. But if we don't, you know, from the start tied with the finances, put a hey, let's track this and see how it's doing, it just takes us a really long time to get to a point where we can make some changes, make some shifts that make any sense. So I think what we're talking about is really important to figure out our metrics around whatever formula shift that we make so that it's not another, even if it's a decade that we've got to figure out a way to track it. Let's figure out a way to track it at the same time as we're setting the formula. And we can kind of see it through this as an example of it not really working out so well that, and anyway, a lot of heartache, a lot of heartburn, and students maybe not getting as good of service as they could have if there was just a metrics that said, here's what those dollars are doing. If it's not working, we can shift it to something else sooner rather than later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the high-density portion, is that around 75 million? Or is it more than that?
I think it was, and then with the local, it put it over a little over 100 million, if I'm remembering correctly,
Okay.
but I'll
Yeah,
look
because I
at,
don't think I'm calculating local.
I believe, but let's get confirmation of that. Matthew?
Madam Chair, Representative, so yes, looking at Model 1.0 that just removes the high density at risk, the high density weighting component is approximately 77.4 million, with then the local option budget portion being approximately 25.3 million. So yeah, about 102.7, kind of rounding.
Okay, so my question, and it cannot be answered today, but based on the way the discussions have been moving, it seems like we're trying to ascertain if each of these weightings, if our formula in fact is producing results. The high density at risk weighting, per the documents that our revisers gave us, started in 2006. We put more money in again in 2012, and we adjusted it again in 2017. I would be curious to understand, looking at the schools that are receiving this funding, have they been able to improve their outcomes compared to the districts that also receive at risk but have not received high density? If they have improved their outcomes, then it's doing at least something positive. My other questions relating to this, it seems to me if you have a high density school, then you might incentivize those teachers maybe at a higher rate. Maybe their salaries are more, maybe they're receiving a stipend. I don't know, but I'd be curious to compare teacher pay with high density versus those that are not high density. And ultimately, Madam Chair, just every weighting, I think we should be checking to see, is it working and what are those outcomes? I don't know if that's possible for them to pull those together, but that would be my hope.
Representative Estes.
Thank you. I appreciate whoever it was that provided the graduation requirements. I took a scan through and it made me want to confirm that something that I think I remember is what I remember. So the question actually, I think probably falls to Dr. Harwood. Looking at the graduation requirements, I just see completion of the courses. What letter grade constitutes completion?
Dr. Harwood?
So districts would set what a passing or an acceptable grade is, typically on a A to F scale. Typically D is passing and F is failing. There are districts and schools then that have different percentages for what that means. Some have, where it's like 60, 70, some have raised those percentages as well. So what is considered a grade that receives credit is a local decision.
So then in theory, a child could graduate a Kansas high school with a straight D average?
That would typically, historically, I think that's true in a lot of places besides Kansas.
Not when I was young, I'd get in trouble for that. Okay.
I didn't say that every family, that's just, if you received the lowest possible passing grade in every course, it still counts as credit. And what this does is that you have to earn these credits.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments, questions? Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This could have been discussed previously, so pardon me if it is, and tell me, and I can go back and watch. The LOB, so if for the local option budget, they have to move the SPED into the SPED category, but there's an at-risk category at LOB?
I will let Jennifer.
Yes, so, but that at-risk has to go into the at-risk, or it can go to general fund? Must go to at-risk? Just trying to clarify.
Jennifer?
Jennifer Light, KLRD. So there are 3 areas where they have to go into specific funds. The at-risk funds have to go into the at-risk money that the school district receives must go into the at-risk fund. The bilingual amounts have to go into the bilingual fund, and the special education has to go into the special education fund. Those are the 3 where they have to move specifically into those funds.
And then,
With the exception, though, I believe you stated earlier, of the high-density LOB does not. Is that the exception with the at-risk?
That is correct.
So-
but to follow up on the question, so the funds, the state foundation funding has to be transferred to those accounts, and then a portion of the LOB that is received because you had those funds also then has to be transferred to those funds, again, with the exception of high density at risk.
So why is high density at risk not required to go? Is it because there's only an at-risk Fund 13, or?
I've asked this question on a couple of others, and it's just that's what the statute says. It's been the only explanation I've been given. Same with special education, LOB, same, it's just the way the statute was written. It's been the only explanation I've received, but if there's any other explanation,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
And
Dr.
just-
Harwood.
Yeah, just to add, I mean, the special education required transfer from LOB, this is the first year for that. That changed in 2024. Now, districts were transferring more than that amount to special education. It just wasn't necessarily from LOB. They may have transferred it all from general fund instead. But this year, they were required to transfer the portion of their LOB that resulted from special education funding being counted in their general fund to LOB, or to special ed.
Senator Gossage.
So we know it's in a separate fund, but how do we know it's being used for at-risk? Is there a list of we use these, have these expenses out of our at-risk fund?
Dr. Harwood?
So, I mean, state law says that at-risk expenditures can only be, expenditures from the at-risk fund can only be made based on the list that's approved by the State Board of Education or a provisionally approved item. I mean, we talked about the legislative post-audit. Does that happen all of the time? Not necessarily. We have accounting mistakes that happen, but it is required that you can only spend those funds
So
on an
there
approved
is a
item.
list.
Yeah, on a list.
Okay, thank you.
And Senator, I would also refer you to the legislative post-audit, which shows when they audited on how the funds are being spent, it contains some additional information. So you should have that in your packet. Okay. I'm working on my wait time, but it's hard. So we have another place in our agenda for discussion. So if you think of something, make sure you jot it down, and you will have another opportunity that we can open it up for discussion. So seeing none at this time, we will go ahead and move on to the presentation of prior task force requests, which I think has to do with a lot of the handouts we received over lunch. And I believe that Matthew Willis from KLRD is going to be leading that.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, task force members. So yes, the kind of last bundle of miscellaneous paper, as well as some of what we passed out over lunch, is what I'm going to be reviewing. This was work all put together by all 5 of us that are in research on this, so I'm familiar with some of it, I'm less familiar with some of it, but I will be happy to address whatever questions I can. So first I'll start off with the 2 maps that were on the 11 by 17 paper you got, just because those are large and kind of fit well. So these are both maps that I pulled off of KSDE's Data Central. They are for the 23-24 school year, and there have been some requests for kind of visualizations of understanding how enrollment is throughout the state, how free lunch is, just kind of some of those characteristics. And so as you can see for the headcount enrollment, and they have, you know, kind of 8 different bars worth of color, and you can just kind of get an idea of where districts are falling into those different ranges. Again, I would note this is head count, not FTE, so each student is 1, regardless of whether they're enrolled just part-time or not. The second map is the percent of students that are approved for free and reduced lunch. So this will not mirror completely as far as our discussions today for the at-risk qualifier of free lunch, but will kind of show the students who are receiving some type of lunch assistance, either as the reduced price or mostly as the free. If I remember right, statewide, for the most part, reduced is about 9%, and the rest, the other like 40-some-ish is free. But again, we'll kind of give you an idea of what areas of the state have districts that tend to have more or less free or reduced lunch. So those are the 2 maps. If there are questions, I'm happy to kind of stop with those and before I move on to my next chunk of stuff.
Dr. Harwood.
I just point out that if you see some anomalies where you think there are some districts that should have a lot fewer students and then seem to have a lot more than expected, typically that's virtual schools. And so just keep in mind that they get counted in the head count, but they don't qualify for at-risk funding with free lunch. So if you see something that like, and the most obvious one is Elkhart, which is 218 in the very southwest, where it's got between 1,000 and 3,000 students, but less than 100 students that qualify for free lunch. Well, about 2,000 of their students can't qualify as at risk because they're virtual students. So
Thank you for that. Any other questions on these 2? Matthew, I can't seem to put my hands on it, but I know I saw earlier, and are you going to go over the school district size report? Okay, then I will wait till you go over that. Anything else? Seeing none, please proceed.
All right. So the next one I'll touch on is the that cash balance sheet that was referenced a little bit earlier this morning. And so this is one that I put together. Again, it is for school years 2018-19 through the 24-25. I just want to clarify with that one that these are aggregate state totals. In the far left kind of 2 columns, you will see characteristics. So each row has a different, you have head count on one, FTE enrollment, and then a total weighted. And then the gray bar that's at kind of the top of each section of a column is the difference between the 18-19 school year and the 24-25 school year. So rather than trying to do a year-over-year percent or anything, just to kind of capture a broad trend of any difference between the earliest year and the most recent year. I would also note with cash balances that this is of July 1 of each of their respective years, and so does not necessarily account for kind of the cash flow calendar of how it works through districts, which is where the document that Jennifer and Tamara just passed out is the 24-25 of the payment dates for state and federal aid, to just kind of help give you an idea of when districts tend to get in various types of money. So that, again, you can kind of contextualize and see, did they get payments for a certain type of funding right before July 1 or, after, or kind of where in the cycle they kind of get some of that cash flow to understand that. The final thing I will note is You will notice that the federal funds is a negative. My understanding is that the federal fund is the only one that is allowed to go negative, and so it's not necessarily uncommon to see it as districts expend the funds and then submit to draw down that federal funding, and so that is why that one is so in the. You have some years where it ends as a negative balance, while all of the others are positive balances. As far as each specific year. So with that, I'm happy to take any further questions on the cash balance or what I can on the payment dates.
Director Ricker?
Thank you. I wish Secretary Prophet had not stepped out. Matthew, like in the world of state agency accounting, we will pay expenses incurred in June this month and close out the state fiscal year that ended June 30. We will pay the final obligations, close that out, and get to actuals in probably sometime in August. So I note the date on this is it last updated 6/30/25. Can you speak to whether that same, I assume the same kind of, they're still closing out expenses for this prior school year? At what point, is there a point where we can say, okay, this is actually where things landed?
So, Madam Chair, members of the task force, so these are all the cash balances of July 1. So the 24-25 is the cash balances of July 1st of 2024. So these are all actuals in the sense of the point in time has passed. You were right that the actuals for any expenditures or any of that other stuff for the most recent school year will still be kind of filtering in and will be available later this year. But all of these numbers are as of kind of July 1 of the start of each of the respective fiscal years, or the start of those school years. So they are concrete since it was July 1 of 24, but would not account for, as you said, if they had a payment that was maybe part of June that they paid July 3rd or something. And that's where you kind of have the cash flow element that I wanted to add as some context.
Representative Getz.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Around the at-risk topic, I just wondered, superintendents or agency, what would be some of the rationale for the almost $100 million in the at-risk? I know that's spread out over multiple districts, but just what are some of the reasons for that? Just a little context and explanation. I mean, a carryover, I think all of us understand that there's going to be some, maybe some of your explanations of why, over that time frame, it is kind of doubled as to how much, and other things that you're dealing with those dollars. So whoever would like to respond.
I see Superintendent Gibson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think to answer your question, and once again, it may be a little bit nuanced, right? But I'll give you a couple examples from the district which I currently serve. One is, for example, we will make payments for at-risk services over the summer programming for students in the academic support in July. So we're purposely collecting and putting those dollars aside, knowing they will be spent before we start collecting for the next fiscal year. The second part of that is as you look through the kind of laundry list, I know we haven't went through it yet, of all the dates and so forth of when payments are made, we weren't 100% certain of our revenue until our audit was finalized and submitted to the state until May this year. And so we weren't exactly sure what the state was going to provide to us until we had 1 month left and most of the school year was behind us. And so part of that carryover is the unknowns, and then two is intentionality. Another example would be is this last year in the district I serve, we have a new elementary ELA reading program. We want to make sure that Tier 1, all support, is effective with that program, but we know we may need a supplement for at-risk this next year. But we want to kind of get it started first to see what teachers think and where are the gaps that maybe aren't best serving students that are at risk, and then fill that in. So we have purposely, once again, set aside, knowing it's coming, because we've always had the additional support. We just don't know what it is yet because we haven't selected it. So that might be some examples of purposefully carrying over to make sure we have those funds available.
Yeah, I guess and I appreciate the response and, just things you have to plan for and things you're wanting to do and things you're wanting to cover. I wish the payment process that we can control, we can't control the things that are above us, but that it would be closer to where you're operating on dollars that you have. Because I know special education has to do kind of the same thing, and maybe even harder. And so finding ways that the flow of necessary resources is not so choppy that then we look at this and are saying, this is growing, and we don't want dollars. It feels like dollars are sitting in a bank not being utilized when you look at a paper like this. I don't think that is 100% true. I think there's some of them that are reserved, but other ones, and a lot of them are like what you're talking about. But our system is what's promoting that and shifting that towards something that this is not something that we have to have as a topic or a talking point. So that's my comment around it. And I think there might be some other responses.
Dr. Kemp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I'd like to point out too is being a fairly new superintendent, this going into my 4th year, I took over a district. We don't get a lot of at-risk funds. We get about $300,000 a year in our pool. That's the only weighting we see in Jefferson County as far as at-risk, bilingual, and migrant funds. I took over for a superintendent that was very cash conservative. For whatever reason, and I inherited a very large sum of money sitting in our at-risk. It has literally taken me 3 years to get that cash spending level down. From when I took over, kind of looking at what they were doing, things that they could have been purchasing out of that at-risk fund and should have been was just coming out of general fund. So I don't know if they were doing it on purpose or they just weren't aware on how they should be spending that money. And kind of fast forward 3 years now, I'm one of the veteran superintendents in the state, I think, at this point, 3 years. When I came in, I think there's been almost 30 new superintendents every year from the class that I was in to become super. So it's that learning curve, too, that we need to make sure as superintendents we're talking on how to appropriately track those funds and make sure they're coming out of the funds that they need to come out of. And I think we saw some of that with the SPED funds and making sure that we're pulling everything that we're spending on SPED comes out of that 30 fund. You can almost have the same idea or kind of knowledge that was happening out of at-risk. So money was coming that should have been coming out at-risk that was just coming out of general fund because it wasn't appropriately defined when they were going through that budget process.
Dr. Harwood.
So a little bit to that point. So for the next 2 months, basically most of my time will be meeting with districts with a budget review. And we will look at cash balances and look at, are they increasing? Are they decreasing? Do they seem to be appropriate? And we look at that 10 to 20%, kind of 15% on those operating budgets. I will tell you from conversations specifically about at risk last year, because it's only my 2nd year doing that, is ESSER funds were actually eligible to be spent on a lot of the same expenditures that at-risk funds could. So districts actually started a number of initiatives with ESSER funds that are now gone. So there were some districts that were intentionally trying to increase at-risk funds so that they would be able to continue those programs for a longer period of time going on. So I think that's one reason why you would see an increase in at-risk. The other reason, if you look at the timing, some of this is also districts reacting to the last legislative post-audit, because we have been talking to a lot of them about what are allowable expenses. And when they find out that something was not an allowable expense, now they're finding the allowable expenses that will make the most difference. So I agree this is something that we continue to look at, is that it should not continue to increase. And I think there are some things, just because of ESSER funding going away, there will be a natural change to it. And then we are working with districts of, this money is there to help your at-risk students. What do they need? And use the money for that purpose.
Representative Estes.
Thank you. Dr. Gibson, if I were to look at your budget on what's readily available to the public, would I be able to see what things are earmarked for in your carryover funds?
Not explicitly. So you might see, to answer that question, what you might see is a line from one year's expenditure dramatically change for the following year. For like summer school, for example, which was funded in ESSER, in what then was Dr. Harwood's district. And then we did migrate it over to at-risk because we wanted to continue that service. So that would be something you might see as like 0, 0, and all of a sudden we're spending money, so we have carryover. When it comes to resources and text, it's really one line, instructional materials, so each year looks a little different.
And I think that's part of our problem, is like, we sometimes at task research, or we ourselves go look at your budgets and we're trying to see what's in there, and it is not explicitly line itemed. I think it would help us if things were much more transparent to us and to the public of, here's why we're carrying over and what we're carrying over. It would also give us a sense of what percentage of what you are carrying over is for an upcoming expense, and what is not. Do you have a sense of what that ratio is in your carryover funds?
I would not be able to tell you off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and look.
Okay, because I think for me, that would be critically important to know. I feel like we get left kind of guessing, and you don't want us guessing and theorizing.
I think the one exception would be special education, because once again, the payment schedules of that particular balance, I can tell you, it's 100% going to be gone by October, because that's when we get our payment and some. And so I think that would be one exception I can share, that without a doubt, it's 100% already allocated.
Thank you.
But we do have unencumbered funds in SPID. I mean, we've seen that in some districts, maybe not yours. Dr. Harwood, I think, wants to address this, then we'll go to Representative McDonald.
So I was just going to remind everybody that as part of the at-risk accountability plan, the Code 30, which is Code 13, which is the at-risk fund, will have more information with it. We had not talked about cash carryover, but just what money was being spent on which objective. And then just to the special education carryover, I actually recommend that districts try to get to 25% cash carryover, because you have to go through the first quarter without any payment. You also get your last payment determined in June, so you can't spend it in the last year because you're already done. And so timing on that one is really important, why special education probably does need to be a higher carryover, because of when you get your payment and when we look at the July 1. So DeSoto will have significant cash carryover in special education every year, that if you look at it then probably end of September, which will be dramatically lower, and then it will start to come back up through the year, because just the way the pay cycle and the expenses run. Another great example of that one, and Representative Williams pointed that out with bond and interest. Bond and interest needs to be more than 100% of your needs, because you only get the funding in mostly January and June for your payment that's typically in September. So you have to have your full payments on hand in July, or you can't make them in the fall. And so then you don't get any more money until January again. So, I mean, that's one where it's just timing makes it so that the cash carryover just looks odd.
So quick question on that, and I understand that. I understand the timing of the payments. The concern that I have when I look at this is the trend of those unencumbered cash balances growing over time. And then we hear, well, we don't have enough money to service our kids, what amount is right or not. When you continue to see those unencumbered amounts growing, and then we hear we don't have enough money for kids, we're like, well, why aren't you spending the money you're getting for kids? As many times as you've done this, barring some catastrophic expense, you should have a pretty good idea. And we shouldn't see those balances growing exponentially. I mean, not just growing a little bit for inflation. We're seeing them double and triple in some cases. That's the trend is what concerns me more than the timing of payments. We all understand you have to have some carry. We all do. We do at the state, but we don't double and triple in our personal lives, and then say we don't have enough to feed our families. I think that concept is what is more troubling to me than the timing of the payments. Representative McDonald and then Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate this conversation and both of these documents, and most certainly, I think the perspectives of the superintendents and former superintendents really helps us understand the nuance. I have probably an elementary accounting question. I see the word reserve twice on the bottom line, special reserve fund and contingency reserve. Can someone help me understand like what those mean and what would be an example of expenditure in one versus the other? It's 47 and 63 on the bottom line of the, oh, sorry, 53, yes. Don't all talk at once.
I'm so sorry. I'm looking at the data myself. Dr. Harwood.
So the contingency reserve is actually the easiest to explain because districts put money in for those for completely unforeseen circumstances. That's actually a fund that is not budgeted. And a school board can declare something a contingency, and then they can spend that money on it at that time. So of all of the ones that are just basically a savings account situation, contingency reserve is the most obvious that. And so districts have to figure out what they feel comfortable with, and it could be anything. It could be a legal settlement. It could be a requirement to pay something out for any, doesn't matter what it is. Any expense can be paid from there if the school board declares it a contingency. And so that one, I'm trying to remember a special reserve off the top of my head, so that may take me a minute.
Could I ask a follow-up?
Oh, actually, I do know what that one is.
Okay.
The Special Reserve Fund is used mostly by districts that are partially self-insured for health insurance. So funding that goes in there would be part of what a district is paying towards health premiums for their employees. And if you're partially self-insured, then typically you work with somebody for catastrophic insurance. But for regular, kind of run-of-the-mill insurance payments, it's coming out of there, even if you have a group that's managing that for you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know in Olathe at one time we had arson in a building, and I remember them saying we were self-insured. Would that have come from this special reserve, or would it?
So more likely that it would have come from capital outlay.
Okay.
And capital outlay has been increasing because of the change in property casualty insurance. A lot of the programs went to it's your deductible is a percentage of the building's value. And so you have to pay 1% of the value typically before they will cover anything. And they've also changed for per incident to per building per incident. So what used to be, if a tornado came through and hit 3 buildings, you had 1 deductible. Now you have 3 different deductibles, and it's 1% of the value of the building. And if you talk about a comprehensive high school, which is $100 million, it's a lot of money. And so districts have intentionally been increasing capital outlay as a way to cover increasing deductibles. And they had to increase the deductibles because you pay your premiums out of general fund. And so in order to keep premiums down, they went with higher deductibles.
Yes.
Thank you. I just have one more follow-up question. On my work with Legislative Modernization Committee and cybersecurity, I have become aware of how expensive cybersecurity insurance has become for not just schools, but, businesses, municipalities. When it comes to like that kind of specialty insurance, does that have to come from specific funds, or is it more of a general fund thing? And should that be something that we as a committee think about addressing? Because the prices are really, really exorbitant.
So, most districts that I know aware of, and you guys can chime in with what there are, the cybersecurity rider is typically part of your property casualty liability insurance. That's paid out of general fund or LOB. You cannot pay it out of capital outlay by law, and it doesn't fit under any of the other funds. You could do contingency reserve if you just didn't have any money, and so you're going to declare your insurance premium a contingency. So,
And as far as adjusting for increased costs, we do that through the CPIU. I believe Tamara has some information to share, and then Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just wanted to note that both of these types of funds are established in statute. So the special reserved fund can be found at KSA 721180, and the contingency reserve is at KSA 725165.
Thank you. Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there any of these categories, I'm assuming at risk, potentially bilingual, SPED, that you cannot move money around? So can I take money if I need it from activity fund and move it to textbooks? Like, which categories can I move from and which ones can I not move from?
I see Matthew.
So, Madam Chair, obviously I'll defer to Dr. Harwood, but from looking at these, the only lines that you really see a transfer into a fund from are general fund, supplemental general fund, and contingency fund. So my understanding is that those would be the only three that would allow for a transfer of money from those to a different fund. I do not believe that you could transfer out of any of the others. But again, I would defer to Dr. Harwood.
Can you repeat those three?
General fund, so 06, 08 supplemental general fund, and then 53 contingency reserve.
Dr. Harwood.
Yeah, and then I would just add that activity funds are student activities. So just making sure that typically the student organization that raised those funds is supposed to determine, so it's a little bit different. We don't consider that an operating fund for the district. Textbooks, a lot of those are fees, where if a district charges a textbook rental fee, those are fees, and you can only spend the fee fund on what you collected the fee for. So those are pretty restricted, but Matthew was correct. There's only really 3 funds where you can transfer back out.
So on the fee fund thing, I don't know if this was just the district I was in or if this is a rule or guidance or in statute, but at least in the district I was in, we could not charge more for a fee than what it cost us. Where does that, was that a district or state, or do you know, Dr. Harwood?
So the amount you can charge in fees is actually established in statute, and that's where you can only spend the funds for the purpose that you had the fee. And I don't know if that just implies or is actually in the statute that you can't or shouldn't charge more than it costs, because otherwise you're going to build up funds. Yeah, so I would say is a typical way to look at how you decide what the fee is. I'd have to defer to the revisers to know if that's actually in statute or not.
I know that's what we did. I just didn't know where that came from. I was just curious. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it comes to general fund versus supplemental general fund, can you help me understand why we need 2 of those and what things would come from where?
Matthew?
Okay. Chair, Representative, so the general fund is where money from the state goes into. So that is where your state foundation aid is deposited. Your supplemental general fund is where your local property taxes or your LOB is deposited.
Did you have anything else, Representative McDonald? Representative Estes.
Thank you. Dr. Harwood, I'll direct this one at you as long as you're doing all these budget hearings. And it's more of a comment than a question. So the pop quiz is not going to happen with this question. But the same concepts that I expressed, that a level of detail that we would benefit from seeing more of, I just kind of want to loop back and say I feel the same way about federal funds and being able to see things broken out into additional lines where it's easy for the public and legislators to get a look on that. Thank you.
Dr. Harwood.
So just to clarify, I do budget reviews, budget hearings happening in the district with the school board and the community. So I just want to I know that you know the difference, but I just wanted to clarify that. The other thing is that our budget documents are pretty well described in statute and have to be approved by the Department of the Administration. So they were developed over time based on statute. Actually, if you look at Code 1 in any budget, it actually has a statutory reference for every fund that's there, just for reference as we go through. So we can look at that and see what we have leeway to do or what's actually in statute, and then anything we wanted to change, we have to work with the Department of Administration. And they've typically, I mean, usually we make changes based on changes in law anyway, so that's not been a problem. We just have to look at it.
And probably the best term would have been budget coaching. I don't envy you having that task.
So once again, staff is on top of it as usual, and I was just handed a note that we will be provided a fund summary document which says what each fund is and what it's used for. So they'll be getting that to us here shortly, so I think that will be helpful. Anything else before we move on? Okay, Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last thing I will note is I do have all of this information broken down by school district. I'm just trying to add in the 24-25. And so when I have that done, I will submit digital copies because there is no way to get it printed in a readable format. But that way, if you are interested in what your specific districts are or anything like that, you'll be able to kind of look through those. Again, same kind of format. So. All right, moving on. The next one is one that we passed out over lunch. It is the Kansas graduation requirements fact sheet. This is a KSDE document that just kind of highlights the minimum graduation requirements set by the state board. I believe as noted earlier, local districts are then able to add on to that if they wish, but this just kind of highlights those state requirements for you. And then additionally in your packet, there should be a Education Commission of the States, has a purple tab kind of towards the top that is going to highlight the 2023 high school graduation requirements for each state. So largely what we cut out here for you to be able to see is the states that have done multiple pathways to graduation or multiple diplomas. So it is not going to provide much information about what those are, but you could at least see which states have multiple diplomas, and then if there's anything you were interested in or anything like that, obviously let us know, and we are happy to provide further information, but you can kind of get an idea of which states do or do not have multiple high school diplomas. So I will stand for questions on anything there.
Senator Gossage, then Representative Williams.
I just have a quick question about this, and that is, we just heard a few minutes ago that graduation requirements are not the same across the state. And my concern about that is we tend to use graduation rates as part of a matrix in determining if a district is making progress, or if we see academic excellence of our number of students, we've graduated this many. And I know in your position, you're just giving us data, but I would like to ask someone who's willing to answer that. Is there any concern about this and any look at making more uniform standards for graduation?
Dr. Harwood?
I think the question is about uniform standards for awarding of credit. So the graduation standards are pretty uniform, what credits you have to have. The conversation is about what constitutes the earning of credit. And I think historically, we've all been pretty comfortable with just trusting the professionalism of the teachers that are awarding the grades, because the grade awarded is what determines whether there is credit. And so I'm not aware of anything statewide where we're going to be telling teachers how they have to decide what their grades are that they're giving.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. What we hear in the Education Committee during session is schools are doing great because we've graduated this many students. But I heard you say earlier, graduation requirements are not uniform. I'm not talking about CE credits. I'm referring to How do they determine, usually we think of a passing grade. You got a passing grade, you passed that course, you've received that CE credit. So did I misunderstand you? Did you then say that actually graduation rates are uniform because of the CE credit requirement?
So graduation requirements on the sheet that Matthew just talked about have to be a minimum of what's on there, or a district can add more courses to it. So what was being talked about, the question that I received that I talked about was, what's the lowest passing grade? So the lowest, what determines a credit is determined by the district, and then it's going to say, oh, if a D is a passing grade, then the teacher assigns the grade to the student, and then that is determined whether or not that is a credit or not.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to have people jump in, but I think someone with some relevant may be the chair of the State Board of Education, so we're going to throw it to Chair Hopkins.
Well, I just wanted to see if I'm understanding Senator Gossage's question. As I understood your first question, or what you said first, was because we have a state requirement, every local district can then have a different requirement with the minimum of the state. So when you're talking about a graduation rate, every district actually is different in what it takes to graduate. Is that what you were, so how is a graduation rate across the state uniform when in reality graduation requirements are not uniform?
Yes, but I do think that was clarified
Okay.
by Dr. Harwood in that there is a minimum standard.
There is a minimum, yes.
Thank you.
So, but most districts, if not all, require more than the minimum, and they're all different.
Representative Estes.
Okay, so I think I understand what Senator Gossage is asking here, because it's been suggested, and some districts said, hey, we really like graduation rate to be used as a measure of success. So when I asked you, what's the standard for completion, because your requirements and your completion are two different associated concepts, you said some are on a 10-point scale, and it's up to each district to set their own standard of what grading scale they use. So if you use a 7-point grading scale, a 70 is your lowest D, and then a 10-point grading scale, a 60 is a D. So I think that's the heart of what Senator Gossage is trying to get at, that we have a very uneven yardstick if we try to use graduation rates as a measure, because two kids can get the D, can get a D, but be 10 points apart, and it begs the question in my mind a little bit about equity as well. So this really does actually make me very hesitant to use graduation rates in engaging success. I have a difficult time saying that 60%, doing something accurately 60% of the time means you've mastered it, and we're going to say you've completed that course.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking at this sheet here, I don't think I see it. I think it may not be here, but I just want to double check. This does not include any states that require an exit exam, correct?
Madam Chair, Representative, I would have to double check, but I do not believe so. I think it is merely answering the question of, on this part of the ECS sheet, right, that you're looking at, is I believe it is answering the question of, have they established multiple pathways to graduation or multiple diplomas? Yes or no. So I don't know that it would count an exit exam if that is required, but it's still one singular diploma. But I can look further just to confirm.
I don't think I see it on here, but just a quick search, I think there are 6 states that still require exit exams, and that apparently half the states required exit exams in 2000s and have since repealed those requirements. And I am probably there is a correlation between taking away that requirement and how students are performing overall on exams. I bet since the 2000s, they've been going down because there's no check on it. And so you can graduate without necessarily having the knowledge that you need to be career and college ready.
Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a question for the agency, and I've been on the website with limited internet capacity to load quickly. There, at one point, and I know there was a massive effort involving the state board taking a look at graduation requirements in Kansas, but at one time when I was dating back to being in the legislature, there were different tracks that were offered as pathways to graduation at the state level. There was a college prep version. There were different, even though, you know, each individual district can amend upwards from the state minimum. Is that a thing anymore, I think is my question.
Dr. Harwood.
I don't know that it was an official thing towards a diploma at any point. There are, so like one of the things that there's like career and technology education completers. And so there are criteria to be labeled as a completer, but you still only get the same diploma. There's also like the Regents recommended curriculum. And so there's a recognition for that, but you still get the same diploma. So, I mean, in concert with either the agency by itself or with the Board of Regents, there have been, I guess, prescribed kind of lines of study, but it didn't lead to a separate diploma.
No, I would say there were different pathways to achieve the diploma marking graduation from a Kansas high school. There was a guide, and in the half of my stack of paper I left home, I had it, and it was definitely outdated. So I didn't know if those various options, the choices for how our students navigate high school to get to graduation. And I think, you know, we think about the state assessment being a measure of college readiness or college and career readiness. I note that we had offered different pathways, especially for students that knew in high school they just didn't choose to go on to college. And the inverse of that is that students who didn't necessarily think they were going to go to college we don't bar them from enrolling if they didn't earn that Regents approved set of credits. So, you know, the choices available to our students are really, I know the individual plans of study are the thing that are supposed to help guide those choices. I just am not seeing the handbook that I'm referring to, so I was wondering if those options changed.
And I don't recall the handbook you're talking about. We'd have to look. But you are correct. The individual plan of study is supposed to be a guide. So if a student says, I want to be you know, a college professor when I grow up, but they are not taking anything on the Regents required curriculum or taking any course that is preparing them to be successful in college, that would get pointed out to them, but they with their parents are making a choice on which courses they are taking. So I would say in every case there are, if you know what you want to work towards, there are guidelines for what you should be taking to prepare to best prepare yourself.
Senator Petty.
I think this is a question directed to you, Dr. Harwood. So when I do believe strongly in graduation rates because they lead to a job. But when I look at these graduation requirements, I'm trying to remember, these have been, well, first of all, these have been changed over time. This hasn't always been the same. And how do you kind of know offhand how we compare with other states? It seems that we work towards having, just as we did with our state assessments, having a more stringent requirements for graduation as part of our state graduation requirements. Am I correct about that?
So I will say that the graduation requirements did not change for a long period of time, but they actually have changed for the class of 2028. So that's why you have 2 pages.
Okay.
One is for basically the old ones, and the second set is the new ones. The biggest change are the post-secondary assets, where we are requiring students to have experiences beyond the classroom that have been shown to be activities that better prepare you for college and career. And so when you just look down through there, apprenticeships, community service hours, and you have to have 2 of those for graduation. So that's this year's sophomores. I have not, I could only compare this to Nebraska, where I was a superintendent as well. The graduation requirements were pretty similar. I'd have to go back to the Commission of the States to see if there are significant differences. But I would not imagine, I would imagine there's a lot of more similarities and differences between the states.
And when you mentioned about the class of 2028 and the addition of the community involvement requirement, is that been districts have been doing that as an addition of their own, and now it's become one that the state board has looked at?
So the most organized one I know is actually in the Kansas City area with market value assets, which was part of the Kaufman initiative. There have been districts for years that have had community service requirements for graduation or other things like that. This actually, again, is one of those things that just makes it required for every graduate and probably expands the list in some cases for what some districts might have been doing.
And then just lastly, so when I look at this currently through 27, every student that graduates with a diploma, these are the requirements that they are required to have, but their school district can choose to add on to this.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, the only exception would be is if a student has been in the custody of DCF or juvenile justice, they can only be held to the 21 credits that are here, not the extra requirements from the local district.
Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, KLRD, for getting this document printed out real quick for us regarding the fund summaries. I'm not sure who can answer this question, but if someone can explain on page 3, when I asked about moving funds around, there's a statement right above the 3 lines. If the fund has a cash balance to begin the year, the transfer from the general fund may be reduced by that amount and transferred to another fund. Can I have like an example of what that means?
Jennifer is pulling the mic over, so I'll throw it to Jennifer first, and then Matthew can weigh in.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So the way I understand that statement, and I am happy to be corrected if this is not the case, is that, for example, if I'm going to pick one. If the virtual education fund had a balance at the beginning of the year and they were going to transfer money, oh, that's not on the list of the, oh, it is. It's on the list right above there. So if it had money already in there as a cash balance for moving forward. So virtual education has a cash balance. then the transfer that would normally go into that fund could be less than what they had expected it to be because there was already a cash balance in that fund. And that money, the difference of the money, so if they were supposed to put in $100,000 and they moved $80,000, the $20,000 could be sent to a different fund instead of the virtual education one. But you'd have to have that cash balance in virtual education in order to move that funding differently than that. And it only would be from the general fund to a different fund. It wouldn't be moving from the virtual education fund to a different fund. So it's just reducing the amount that would be moved into the fund, freeing up those funds to move somewhere else.
I'll have to check on this because for virtual education and any of those other funds, that is correct. There's not a mandatory transfer into those funds. For the funds where there is a mandatory transfer, this should not apply. So we need to make sure that we get this cleaned up. So like CTE funding, you get the CTE funding. If you already have more funding in there, there is actually not a requirement to transfer those funds. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Okay, so that's where I'm going. So if you have money in your CTE account and now you're getting more, but you don't need it there, you can take it and do whatever?
So except for bilingual, special education, and at risk, there is not a requirement to transfer the funding that comes to the general fund into that special fund. I mean, there's no legal requirement that has to be done. For all the other ones in our budget software, there is a check that says if you get this much funding for special education, you have to transfer all of that to Fund 30. Now, what happens is that you don't transfer it all at once because June comes and you didn't get as much. So you wait till June to transfer the right amount in so that, because you can't transfer it back out. But you can't not transfer at-risk, special education, and bilingual. The other ones, you could do that, yes.
Thank you for that. I just think that opens up a lot of questions and a lot of, if we have these funds going and there's all these categories, it seems like you can do what you want, you can do what you want, and you can do what you want, and then we have all these cash reserves sitting around.
Director Hooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I would observe is simply, if you think about the sources of revenue the state has to work with, I think it's akin to saying, if you are receiving ag property, the property tax derived from ag land, you can only spend that in the agriculture section of the state budget, when in fact it is coming into the state treasury and you all end up using your discretion to determine through the budget process how and where that totality of state revenue is going to be spent on an annualized basis. There are certain funds here that have specific provisions, as Dr. Harwood has mentioned, but our districts are operating, I mean, they've got to keep the lights on and keep the doors open and keep the staff in place and keep the food coming in and pay for the insurance policies and do all the things that end up helping operations. And at some point, there is a danger, I think, from being overly prescriptive with these funds, that you interfere with their ability to operate. And that's where I think that, throughout this process, my observation is we have multiple ways we are seeing formulas and proxies and ways of generating the budgets, the dollars that are being allocated, that then there is a separate handout with a separate set of criteria for how those funds are intended to be used. And I think I'm just processing some of the commentary about doing away with some of these specific funds to be able to increase the base and generalize for our districts, remove some of those silos that we've created. And with an eye on ensuring we don't end up with equity violations, there's clearly interest in this arena in figuring out how to simplify things. This is complex accounting to have to track all these funds in all these different places. So there's no question here. It's just an observation for us to think about where we want to land in terms of having rules in place to guide spending, but allowing the local boards and school districts to administer and operate in ways that matter for their own community. In Lane County, they're not going to have the same needs that we do in Johnson County, that kind of thing. So there's a point of balance to be found at some point, I think.
I think balance is always the struggle. I think for me as a legislator, when funds are generated to help an identified need, such as at-risk or special education, then I think the expectation is, one, the amount of money that is being appropriated and the weighting should reflect how much it should take to meet the objective of helping that child succeed. And therefore, it makes sense that if a special education student is generating those funds, it should be used for that special education or at risk or for the reasons why we're giving you additional beyond base funding. And you're right, it's every district's going to be different. But from a statewide perspective, how you spend that within that pot of money to meet the needs of that kid, that's your prerogative. But I think the expectation should be if you're getting additional funds due to a weighting, it should go to serve the purpose of that weighting, is just my caveat. Dr. Kemp.
Yeah, I just wanted to give Representative Steele, just like an operational side of this as a superintendent, even though the way the statement says that we can transfer these cash balances out, the reality is just using CTE in your career and post-secondary weighting that comes in, we're transferring more money from the general fund than what is allotted to us in that weighting. So it usually takes more money out of the general fund into that in order to provide kids with those opportunities. Food service, there's revenue going in there from food service. There's some guardrails on that. Can't really transfer it. You got to use it in food service. So outside the mandatory transfer, I would guarantee most districts in the state are transferring more money than the weighting's going in.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue. Is there anything else before we move on? Okay, Matthew.
All right, Madam Chair. Moving on, so the next couple I'll go for, and I apologize if some of these are not organized this way in your folder, but is a table with a blue header that's titled Crash Reports with School Zones. So this is coming out of kind of some questions the last few meetings about in the transportation kind of realm. And so this is data that was sent over to us from the Department of Transportation that just kind of provides some information on, as it's titled, crash reports where a school zone sign was indicated. So you can kind of see for about the last decade how many of these reports were just property damage, possible injuries, suspected injury of a minor, serious injuries, or fatalities. I have not had a chance to speak with the Department of Transportation, so I cannot provide kind of a lot more into that as far as how comprehensive these numbers are or anything like that. But just to kind of get into some of that discussion about school zones and safety and some of that with transportation, that is this one. The other document is, it's just a white sheet titled Education Funding Task Force KLRD Information Request. This is from KDOT kind of discussing a few of their programs, such as Safe Routes to School, as well as a K-12 kind of cost share program, and a couple other elements that they have, kind of give some blurbs about them. I will note on the cost share that it calls out a third document that I realized we did not get printed, so we will get that to you all that denotes the projects that were applied for and awarded under that cost share. But just so you can see that, so for Safe Routes to Schools, that is attempting to do a variety of elements around walking to school, biking, different things of having safe ways to get to school, that KDOT does provide about $16.5 million per year in funding for those. And then it does note that they do provide then additional money as well for that cost share program, where they note that they receive more applications than they are able to fund. So just wanted to pass those along again as there's kind of thoughts on what potential alternatives or additions or anything else you might be interested in for transportation. So I will pause there in case anything else before I move on.
Any questions? Okay, Matthew.
Perfect. So moving on, the next one is titled In Education Funding, Size Does Matter. This is one of two articles that we found that just trying to do, this is from Education Commission of the States from 2017 that just does discuss some elements regarding the size of districts and things of that nature. Similarly, there should be one with it as well that is from the Journal of Regional Analysis and Policy titled School District Size and Student Performance. Again, just kind of trying to provide a couple documentation since that has, we'd had some requests kind of concerning what might be available, discussing that of school size. I have not had a chance to read either of them, so I will stand for questions, but I would not be able to answer any. So unless anyone wants to discuss anything, I can go ahead and move on to pre-K, which is the next batch of stuff.
Any discussion on? I'll just make note, I find it very interesting, looking at the map that was provided. One request I would have that would be helpful, I could do it, but if you've got it handy, is on the headcount enrollment map, if I knew how many districts were in each of those enrollment ranges. I mean, I can count the little ones. The dark green has 7, and at the lower end, the dark blue has 9, but all of those in between, if I knew how many districts were in each of those enrollment ranges would be helpful. And I just kind of went to the conclusion of this article in Education Funding, Size Does Matter, and the last is, so the right size is, and I'm looking at this for Kansas, and it says, it appears to be districts between 25,000 and 49,999, and I'm like, whew. We would have very few school districts in Kansas if that were the case. So again, I think it's really helpful to look at some of the national data, but again, be cognizant of Kansas' unique needs. So just interesting. Okay, seeing no other questions or comments, please proceed.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So getting into kind of some questions we've had around pre-K. So one is just a white sheet that just says Kansas pre-K data. Just going over, so for the 23-24, so not this most recent school year, but before it, you had 262 districts offering pre-K at-risk programs, and then you had 286 districts offering services for pre-K special education students. There were around 23,817 total pre-K students, and then you'll see a breakdown of 11,770 pre-K at risk, 6,887 pre-K special education, and 5,160 that were locally funded pre-K students. So just for some data there, and then similarly with it, you will see a larger KLRD memo. This is from 2023, but it goes through kind of a 50-state survey on specifically universal pre-K programming, but just also kind of touches generally on pre-K funding in kind of the 50 states to again get an idea, while a few years dated, on kind of how other states have been approaching pre-K education. So those are those two resources. And I will pause, and then the final one is we did include the KSDE 2526 preschool at-risk program requirements, which I believe on page 4, I think, has the requirements, page 5, the criteria for being at risk, for pre-K at risk. So those are our 3 documents for some of the pre-K questions.
Thank you, Matthew. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to the one that's the one-pager Kansas pre-K data, it would help me to have a little more context to know. I see we've got 23,817 total pre-K students, but I'd be curious how many kindergarten students do we have enrolled and how many first grade students, because kindergarten is not mandatory, and that would give me a little bit of a frame of reference. If we could pull those, or even if you had like a rough idea, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Representative Still. You don't have to be shy about asking questions, Representative Still.
Well, I'm not shy. I just don't want to ask things that have already been asked or debated. Okay, so earlier we had a representative mention that there was a school district, I believe it was KCK district, that included lacking health insurance for pre-K enrollment, but I'm not seeing that on this at-risk criteria. So do we have schools that are making their own at-risk criteria like that is happening?
Dr. Harwood?
If they are making their own rule, they would have to fund it themselves. So I have not looked at this, so I'll talk to our pre-K people that will reach out to Kansas
So if at-risk funding is coming from whether they qualify for free and reduced, so they could be having a program, but it's being curtailed because now we're including this as an at-risk program, because now we're saying in our district that at-risk is because they don't have health insurance, so I can pay for this program because it's meeting the needs of these at-risk kids.
So if the student doesn't meet the requirements to be enrolled as a pre-K at-risk student, they would not get funded, and they would not receive the, if they were in poverty, then all this kind of moot because they qualify and they receive that. I am not aware of insurance coverage being a criteria to be enrolled as at-risk.
I wasn't either, and it was mentioned this morning from a school district website. So again, that's concerning that we're not consistent, and what you may be able to do with your at-risk funding may not be what the intent of the legislature was when it was established. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm glad you brought that up. And I did go digging. So Dr. Harwood, you won't have to go digging. And I did go to their website, and they called it pre-K Head Start. So I think that's different, and I don't know exactly what those federal rules are, but maybe that allows it for that. And I don't know how they determine to have a Head Start preschool versus a regular pre-K. I'm not sure, but that may be the difference.
Thank you. Senator Gossage.
That brings up a really good point, in that I can remember when Head Start was first started. It was a pilot program, and they were going to take these at-risk children and work with them and see if they would have a better outcome when they were in school. But after following those children all the way through school, they really didn't see any measurable difference between those children that had Head Start and those that didn't. And I'm wondering if we have any intention with our pre-K program that's been a bit of a pilot program with some school districts and not, of following those children and see if it's made a difference for those that have been in the pre-K program compared to not. Because oftentimes what happens is something sounds like a really good idea, and we spend a lot of money. I talked to one superintendent when I said, what is the criteria for how students are eligible for the program? And his answer was, if they're a child of a single mom, if they're this, if they're low income, if that started naming, he goes, well, pretty much anybody.
I don't know if that's true in that community, but that's not, I would say it's not for pretty much anybody.
I believe Director Wicker has some response.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say we have to also calibrate the impact of helping a child that is starting in a different place than, and this becomes a conversation about the role poverty plays. It's the language, the exposure to vocabulary and life experiences from growing up in a household that can take you to the zoo and take you on trips and do, like, you have the luxury of enough time to sit down and read with your young children, all of those things that factor in the early childhood space. The idea that Head Start exists to take care of a population of students who are disadvantaged for reasons, income, a variety of reasons. There are specific criteria in place to identify those kids. The idea that they're like getting them to the level of their peers is actually like a huge victory. If they're keeping up with their peers, that they may not have gotten ahead, but they're not behind. And so getting them up to the level that we would hope they would be at, that is much of the intent. It's not that you're going to see a measurable, magnificent difference in terms of much better educational attainment. We're helping kids that would otherwise not be doing as well as, so that the intention is to decrease the gap and get them on track and give them that start that will help them succeed along the way. Does that?
If I may, Madam Chair, I of course understand what you're saying and you're defending the program, but I'm just saying the empirical data, they were thinking that they could take a group of kids that were not, and because not everybody went into Head Start when it was first started, it was a pilot program, and they took kids who were not, and then they took kids who were, and then they watched those groups of kids. So you would think the children who were not in the program wouldn't fare as well academically as those who were in the program. So, but that's not what they saw, and that's not what happened, but yet we just continued the program.
Well, we would have to know what the kids who were not in that program actually were, what they were exposed to, what program, if any. I mean, some maybe had none. I think the gap might be in understanding whether or not that control group had something else.
Well, and please understand, I'm coming from a very low income family myself. My mother got her GED when I was a junior in high school. My father graduated high school. My mother left when she was 16, one of 15 children, and you just didn't go, you're a girl, you don't need to graduate from high school. So definitely not in a family where we had all of these privileges, nor did my mother have time to sit down and read with us. But so I'm not saying that coming from a privileged background. My question was, are we doing any kind of study in that this is starting in pilot schools? Or is it just like, we're going to start here and then we're just going to spread it to everybody, and whether it works, it does or not, we're just going to assume it's working? What kind of data are we keeping, or how are we comparing to know what does success look like?
Madam Chair, after our last meeting in June, I did email staff, I think Jennifer, I emailed you the study that I had referenced at that meeting. It's of the Opportunity Project in Wichita. So we have a Kansas-based program that has followed children from the age of 3, and it's a lower income population in Wichita. They, with parent consent, have followed those students. They've got all the way through high school graduation. And the study follows outcomes for that group of children against a demographically matched set. So it is the sort of study that you can actually draw some conclusions from, because it isn't just, oh, we know this program that attended TOP got these things versus kids who didn't attend that program. It's a matched, so income and various characteristics are matched up, and it has shown to be an indicator of better metrics for the population of students that had access to that program. So we have a Kansas-based study. I think High Scope Perry is a national study that has been going on since the 1960s that shows better outcomes in a specific population that has been followed into their senior years at this point, into their 60s, for educational attainment, health outcomes, career milestones and attainment. And so there are studies that will support the role that a high-quality early childhood program plays in outcomes and attainment later on. Some of it is cost avoidance. We've done a different study at the Children's Cabinet of the role some of our programs play in helping avoid the removal of children from the home and placement into foster care. That translates into cost avoidance for the state, because we know what it costs to fund a child that is placed in foster care. There's quantifiable costs to the state. So we have shown that when we support parents, offer programs and services to help them, that we can help lessen the likelihood that you might reach a crisis place where a child has to be removed from the home. So we keep the family together with primary prevention strategies. So there's a wealth of data that we can bring to the conversation. My intent was that you would share those links with the committee, just so that in the realm of the pre-K conversation we did have some data to work with.
And as usual, Jennifer was already saying I can get those sent to the committee, so you will be receiving those electronically. Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add a couple of things about preschool. I fortunately, in my career time, had the opportunity to set up the at-risk preschool program in the Turner School District and teach in it for 10 years. And these were the criteria that we used, along with, just as can be said about graduation rates, we actually had a screening tool that we used as well. There are very few that are appropriate for 4-year-olds, but I can't remember the name of the one we were using at the time, but it was appropriate for 4-year-olds. When it comes to, and when it comes to Kansas School District, which might be true of other larger school districts, they have early childhood centers, and so they have the location of Head Start programs, as well as the at-risk, and as well as the special ed, located in the same building. And so, but they don't have the same criterias for each of those, for being in those programs. It depends on which program you're in as to your qualifications to be in that program. And that's the way that they accommodate. But at the same time, when it comes to, Senator Gossage asked about, tracking over time, and I appreciate what Melissa shared, because the difficulty is that, in Kansas, we are serving a small number of our preschoolers. And so tracking them within that school district population becomes a little more difficult, because I had a program where had 20 students in my I had 20 students in my morning program and 20 students in my afternoon program, and that was 40, but that was only a portion of what would then be 3 sections of kindergarten the next year, which was 60. So not all the students would be going through the preschool program and being able to follow them, which I think would be a good piece of information to show as the high scope, which is a long-term study, or the opportunity projects shows. And I was always, as the teacher, wanting to see that kind of data. And at that time, because I'm old, and it's been a while, so we have better resources now, and not every student had a number like they do now when they enroll. So we do have some ability to do that. But also, I think it's that whole piece of that we have so many children that are not being availed this service just because, we're not funding at that level. So I just wanted to share that about our at-risk program across the state. And my district was one of the first ones to do it prior to it actually being funded, because they were using at-risk funding. They decided that was imperative to get children early, since brain development is at 90% by the age of 5. So I'm a strong supporter of this, and I think that we should, as we're looking at our school funding, we should be critically thinking about whether we're starting at the right age.
I'll just make a couple of quick comments. Constitutionally, but per the Constitution, we do not have to constitutionally fund pre-K. Now, whether we think that that's an important thing to do, but that may be outside the scope of this committee, but we can take up any areas that we want. I will say it, I will continue to say it. Parents, the best environment for our children, I firmly believe, birth until they go to school, or if they're homeschooled, is with their parents, period. I think the government makes a poor substitute for a parent, and I just am always wanting to bring forward, we never seem to want to encourage or acknowledge the sacrifices that those parents make for a parent to be at home with their child. Per the Parents as Teachers program, the parents are their child's first and most important teacher. I think we tend to gloss over that and say they all need to be in a government-run program. And so I just want to acknowledge to the parents out there who are making the sacrifices to be at home with your child and nurture them and love them and educate them according to your values and your standards. I want to acknowledge that that is, in my opinion, the absolute best environment and the best thing we can be doing for our children. So with that, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate what you're saying, Senator Erickson. I have an early childhood development master's degree, and my husband and I were fortunate enough to be able to make the choice for me to be a stay-at-home mom. But I want to kind of talk a little bit about the other side of the coin. I would venture to say most Americans do not have that luxury every day, and it's really important that we not push our view of what's best for children onto other parents for deciding what's best for their children. But that's not really not why I raised my hand. Senator Gossage, you mentioned a study. I could have missed it. Did you mention what that study was when you were kind of discouraging people from Head Start? I missed that.
That was not my intention to discourage from Head Start. I was just mentioning that I remember when Head Start first started. That's how old I am. And then it was a study. And yes, they were using like the same type of demographic for students who did it and students who did to see if they could follow it. And then what the study ended up showing, which is, I'm, again, classroom teacher here, which is kind of a surprise to all of us, is that they really didn't see a difference in the outcomes for those students who did have Head Start and those students of the same demographic who did not.
I caught that part, but I missed the name of the study, so I could follow up. Did you know the name of the study?
Oh, no, that was years ago. I don't know the name of the study. I just remember the Head Start study that was done.
Well, I like I said, I'm a huge proponent for early childhood education, and I bristle a little when we say people are saying or refer to a study without specifics, because methodology matters, the size of the data or the study matters. So not to be disrespectful at all, but I would, if we're going to make claims like that in a setting like this, doing the important work that we're doing, I think it would be good to come with a little more specificity. Thank you.
I just use that as, if I may, Madam Chair, as the, per example, by saying they did a study and it was used in and so are we doing a study as we're doing this in some schools? That's helpful. Wasn't there too. And I could easily find that out, what the study was, but I just remember it, again, having been a classroom teacher at the time when that came out. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
So just a couple of things. To provide an alternative viewpoint of an alternate setting for children based on what's best for them by their parents, I don't think is pushing any one view. It's providing an alternative, in my opinion, in settings like this, often forgotten value of the parents, and I just want to make sure very clear. And when all I hear is, we got to get them all in a program when they're 2 or 3 or 4, that, I would say, is pushing a view. So I'm just wanting to give a shout out to those parents who feel like their role is minimized in those conversations and so that they are not forgotten. The other thing I would say is I was able to stay at home until our kids were in school. It wasn't a luxury. My husband was a teacher. He was on a contract of $11,000 a year. We made the conscious decision. So to think that only those who are high SES have the luxury, I think is a misrepresentation. I know plenty of families who are deciding to cut back on many other areas in order to make the sacrifice to be at home, not that that's a luxury. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will agree. Many make sacrifices and go without in order to provide that for their families. We have about 5,000 Head Start students a year in Kansas that are in the program, either 3 or 4-year-olds. We could be tracking them. I don't know why we're not tracking them, but if we're not tracking them, we should be tracking them and seeing how they're doing. But I would just share with the representative from Johnson County that I've got 8 studies right here, and I'll fly through them super fast. The Barnum study from 2019 analysis, they did a cohort, and these cohorts followed them from 1970 to 1980, 1986 to 1996, and found no long-term benefits and even hints of somewhat worse outcomes. And I can provide you with that study. Another study here is the HSIS study, 3rd grade follow-up. It shows high-quality randomized trial revealing no lasting cognitive benefits by 3rd grade, worse and fared worse in teacher-assessed math. Number 3, another one says no child level improvement for 4-year-olds and negative math outcomes for 3, 4-year-olds, goes on and on. The next one is Lee, and it's 2016. I can give you that citation as well. No significant gains, lower scores for minority children, as well as less positive impact for urban children. Another one was Tennessee, and it was a large randomized trial, and it also showed lower test scores for grades 3 through 6 and more disciplinary issues and special education placement. Another one is from 1985 is Minnesota, no longer no gains detectable. Another one is fade out effects, virtually no statistical significant cognitive evidence. And finally, the Brookings Institute, which is not a conservative at all, actually does cite that there are very weak yields and no enduring effects, but they do place blame on the K through 12 school districts after they get there. That's what they say the problem is. So those are just 8. There's probably many more, and certainly I do understand there are others on the other side of the spectrum, but since you were wondering what evidence there was, I thought I'd let you know that there is. And I think I land with many others here that really want our kids to be in the best possible environment, and an institution, in my belief, is not the best possible environment.
Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say nobody is, I would not propose mandatory enrollment. So let's make sure we're differentiating between offering an option for those parents who do wish to have a preschool option for their children versus mandating forced enrollment and compulsory age of enrollment, which in Kansas is age 7 in our school system. So, and I too have a list of studies that have the opposite perspective that I would be happy to share with staff so that we are able to have a comparison of both sides of this equation. I think what is, I dare say, settled science is the rate of brain development, the brain architecture that develops between birth and age 3 is 1 million neural connections being formed every second in a developing baby's brain, and the impact of those early life experiences does it affects the very physiology of brain development. So, a desire to ensure that our children have the best possible, the highest quality interactions wherever they are, when that is how I have always spoken about it, whatever their experience is. If it's at home, that's a program like Parents as Teachers exists to support parents in that decision and help ensure that parents feel like there is a place they can turn to for support, advice, guidance, and feel like they're not alone. My mom stayed home. She chose to enroll us all in preschool. I'm sure the concept of Mother's Day out to give her a break, to go to the grocery store without dragging all 3 of us, that was probably part of it. But sure, I don't think anybody, I will speak for myself. I'm not arguing the concept that if we want to see families able to make that choice for themselves, fantastic. I also think it's important that we offer the best quality options where those options need to exist. And so I think we can get caught up in whether even the concept of universal pre-K is merely meaning that in all, in every corner of the state that there is an option for parents to choose for their children would be the ideal, not that we turn it into a mandate that we must enroll 3-year-olds in an organized fashion. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I will share the studies that we have to support early childhood programming.
We will get the studies from Director Rooker and from Representative Williams and get those to the committee. And I appreciate, the clarification. I want us to be cognizant of, just because so many times I think the choice that parents make to keep their kids is not part of the discussion. And I think maybe we just not intentionally leave it out, but an acknowledgement for those that do, and that is an appropriate environment, I think sometimes just gets left out of the conversation. Senator Petty.
I know this is, I think this is great that this has gone on this long, but I would say that, we're talking about, this committee has a goal of setting up some potential changes to our school finance formula. And when I look at materials and I see that 44 states have preschool programs of some type within their school funding, it seems to me that if we are looking now to the future, that it should not be an area that is not discussed. And that is part of why I keep mentioning it, and I appreciate that it came up today. But I would say, if we want to use we can use an example in our own state about kindergarten. We had half-day kindergarten. How many people remember that? How many of the superintendents here are teachers? And we only funded half-day kindergarten. And then we went to funding all-day kindergarten, and, and there were similar conversations about doing that. I mean, I was here. And guess what? I mean, school districts that had half-day programs, and I can think of one of mine that went to all-day programs the next year because nobody wanted a half-day program because that opportunity was available to their families and for their children, and they saw it as a growth opportunity for their children. But it only came about when we, as a legislature, decided that it was important and that it was an important piece of. And guess what? We didn't change and we still haven't changed the mandatory requirement age, which was just mentioned, of 7. So they don't have to go, but I dare to say the majority of families do send their children to kindergarten, all-day kindergarten. Do you have a half-day program you still have a half-day program?
No, we get full-day kindergarten, half-day preschool.
Yeah. Do you have a half-day program? No. So, I don't think, does anybody still have a half-day program? Oh, Wamego has a half-day kindergarten?
Flint Hills Christian School has part-time kindergarten.
Not in but we're separate.
It's an option for parents.
Right, but we're talking about public school funding, so in the public schools, does any of ours still have a half-day program?
I don't know off the top of my head. Parents can opt to enroll their students part-time, so they can make a half-day program by doing that. So I believe most of the districts offer full-time and then work with parents that would rather have half-time. And I know that when half-time was originally first funded, there were a number of parents that said, no, I only want to come half-time, and then they changed their mind during the year, but others didn't, thought it was better that way. So the option is available.
The option is available. And I only bring that up because that just shows where we go when the opportunity is available. And I think it's important to think that this is giving a choice. Parents make the decision what's best fits for them, not whether they can or cannot stay home. So it becomes a family decision.
So I'm looking at the list, and Kansas is one of the states that has state-funded preschool programs. We do. It's in Appendix B. So the other thing I would just say about having a choice, my experience when I chose to take my kids to preschool, there was a retired school teacher who started a preschool in her retirement years that we sought out to send our children to pre-K, a couple afternoons a week. What happens to those preschools like that. There's opportunities for those, I know several retired teachers who do something along these lines. And families know them, maybe they had their other children in elementary school or whatever. But those all go away in reality. And I think if there's a demand, and this has gone on for decades, everyone, the lady down the street has a preschool. It's not that there's not an option outside of a formal government-funded, government-ran option for pre-K for parents. I'm okay with it being a part of it. But, I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of those opportunities. The preschools that are held in many, many, many church buildings across the state. So there are some options. And with demand, if parents demand it, I think you'll see more options pop up for families. So, Matthew, do you have anything else to share with us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one last batch of things. So you should have one legal-sized kind of gray paper that is funding for students for low-income backgrounds. So this is the ECS table that's going to talk about most schools kind of at-risk or low-income program, what would be our at-risk funding. And so I will just note, as you kind of look through each of the states, that of them, there are 19 that solely use free or reduced lunch as the identifier, 16 that use multiple, many of which, just from giving kind of a cursory glance through, have free and reduced as a component, 6 that just use direct certification, and then 1 or 2 states that will use some Census Bureau data or Title I or other poverty. In general, most of these do tend to have some kind of poverty component, but just, so again, you can look through and kind of see what factors and data states might be using for this kind of weighting. And then the last thing is, I believe Jennifer has the numbers for the school districts that use the USD versus the building for high density that was asked earlier.
Jennifer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are, of the 222 that we were looking at from Legal Max, there are 126 school districts that use the schools. There are 63 that have USDs, and there are 33 where they are actually equal, and so they could use either one, and it comes out to the same thing for 2025.
Okay, are you ready for?
That is the last I have, so
Okay.
if there are questions on those 2 things, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, any questions on those 2 items? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer, could you say that one more time? I was trying to scribble and I missed. I want to make sure I get it right. Thank you.
So there are, of the 222 school districts that use the high density, or that receive high density at-risk funding, 126 school districts use the schools method, 63 use the USD or the school district, and then there are 33 that in fiscal year 2025 are equal between the 2, so they could use either one of them and it'd come to the same amount.
Yes, Senator Petty.
So just so I understand this, Jennifer, when you say 33 can use either one, and does that mean that all of their buildings qualify, so they could be going building by building, or only a couple? I don't know how they could.
So what I can say is that when I'm looking at for the document that I'm using, the Legal Max, it gives the number that it comes out from either the USDs or for the schools individually. In the end, the dollar amount that's going out, if they were equal, is the same whether they were choosing to use schools and doing it that way, or if they were using the district-wide percentages. Again, once we get into how the school districts send out the money to the individual schools within their districts, that would be something we'd have to, that's a school district decision, not.
But this is if they did building by building, or if they just did district, they're getting this, it would be the same amount of money. Is that
When
what you're
you,
saying?
yes, when you do it through the calculation, it'd be the same amount of money, because we always take the higher of the two, and since they are equal, it's the same number, so.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Jennifer, for that. So we will now go to our last item on our agenda before adjournment, and that's general discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, Jason Long.
Madam Chair, just two things to follow up on. First, to fully answer Representative Getz's question from earlier on the history of accountability and at-risk weighting. When the weighting was first enacted in '92, it was just a weighting factor to be multiplied by the appropriate enrollment. In 2001, in the midst of the Montoy litigation, the legislature amended it to require a certain proportion of the at-risk weighting money be used for basic reading skills for third graders, and that they report information as required by the state board on the remediation strategies that the districts were using to get students up to grade level for third grade reading achievement. That continued in statute until 2015 when the statute was repealed. But that's the only prior accountability measures in statute for the at-risk weighting until the current formula. The other thing I was going to point out is in the discussion of unencumbered balances carried over by school districts, the discussion was also highly debated back in 2010, 2011, and in 2011, legislation was passed to open up and give districts more fund flexibility. And so districts could transfer a portion of their unencumbered cash balances from a designated number of funds that they had back to the general fund for general operating expenses. Prior to that, once it got transferred, and it's under current law, once it's transferred to a certain fund, it has to be expended out of that fund for those purposes and can't be transferred back. This legislation allowed them to transfer a portion of those unencumbered cash balances that they showed at the end of the fiscal year back to the general fund for general operating expenditures or for transfer from the general fund to another fund of the school district. That statute, while it was amended a number of times after 2011, was also repealed in 2015.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, moving on to discussion. We do have the issue that I appreciate Senator Petty bringing up about the legislative post-audit request on bilingual weighting. And during our conversation on bilingual weighting, there was an audit, there was discussion about it might be nice to do a follow-up audit. I made that request as an individual. It came out in the request to the Legislative Post-Audit Committee as a committee request. And so one of two things can happen. We can either vote to make that officially a committee recommendation, or I am happy to clarify that with the LPA committee and let them know that that was a request from me and not from the entire committee. So it makes me no difference what way we want to go with that. But we wanted to give you, you should have had a chance to see the request and the questions that will be part of that audit. We do have hard copies available if someone would like to look at that request. So if you do, Jennifer has those and is happy to give those to you. And I'm open to discussion from the committee. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think in light of the fact that we are looking to have a new formula, hopefully a formula that will include outcomes with it, that we could make this request on behalf of this committee with a vote. And then, of course, it would be up to that Legislative Post-Audit Committee, where there are a couple of us that serve on that committee. And if there's room, then I think that that's reasonable. If not, then it might be in the front of the queue. So it would be finished prior to the end of this outcome. So with that, I make a motion that we recommend the audit that was presented by our chair, and that's my motion.
We have a motion and a second by Representative Estes. Discussion on the motion. Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this up. I guess I'm glad we're taking a vote since that's the way it was presented, since that's the way it came out from the post-audit. But I hope when everybody looks at these objectives, and when I looked at objective number 3, how does the method Kansas uses to fund ESOL services compare to other methods? We have, and I appreciate everything that research has done, but we have so much information here and so many comparisons with, so much information comparison with other states. I really don't see what post-audit can provide when it comes to other states that we as a committee don't already have. So I'd like to have a discussion about that.
I saw Representative McDonald and then Dr. Harwood.
I tend to agree with Senator Petty, particularly about Objective 3. I kind of feel like we already have that information in our packets. I fail to see why we couldn't just ask some of this of KSDE rather than spend 4 months. I forgot where it went. I feel like KSDE could be maybe as helpful, if not more helpful, and we wouldn't have to go through the expense and the rigmarole and the time waiting for the committee to meet to approve or not approve. So I am having a hard time coming to a yes on this.
Dr. Harwood.
So I was just going to suggest, since Representative Williams has talked about that the LPA schedule is already full. And I mean, Representative Williams and Senator Petty would know better than I do, but if you actually, question 1 was exactly the same as the last audit, and the last audit had no recommendations about change, and nothing has changed in the law. So in order to have a better chance of having this classified as a limited scope audit, would it be better to at least present the option of taking away a question or two and then have them focus on the information? So I just wanted to just throw that out there for the committee. I don't get to vote, so it doesn't matter what I think. But it's just that if there are questions that you think are most important, then giving them the opportunity to reduce the questions and looking at limited scope, because just based on being at the committee before, 4 auditors over 3 months is going to be difficult for them to say is a limited scope audit.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it works quite appropriately to offer it. And then if there's an audit that we want to slide into last place, we can do so if we think that this is needs to take more prominence. Also, the committee can, even with this request, they can defer it to 2026. They can make it a limited scope. So I think what we could do is, yes, it could end up very well being what you have suggested. However, I don't think we have to worry about that. I think we do what we think is best, and this committee pass it to the LPA, and they'll do what they think is best.
Yes, Superintendent Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that, just to be aware of, I know the timeline here will cause some consternation, so it'll be hard for me to raise my hand as a fellow superintendent to nominate other superintendents to dedicate resources to this. I'll just be honest with you. However, I was just curious as a question, if you don't mind, if I can ask Dr. Harwood, are there specific things here that are readily available at the State Department today, and the questions that are on this that literally could be presented, and then that could change the scope? Just a question.
So in terms of question 1, we don't typically audit expenditure level. I mean, so that's different. That's something we don't have the capacity to do with our auditors. We audit should they have gotten the money, not how they spent it. So that would be difficult for us to do. Question 2, that actually is something KSD research could do, is look at they're going to get that information from us anyway. We could put that together to look at what those trends have been. The other part that was in there on the last one, or on that one, was talking with district level staff on what they think are things that either KSD could do some of that as well. Question 3, KLRD is probably a better group to do that because it is working with looking at policy from other states. So question 2 is something, yes, KSD could do. And question 3, I think KLRD would do better. Question 1, I would not commit that we have the capacity to do that in a reasonable amount of time.
Thank you for that.
Representative Estes.
Your response to number 1 makes me think that that's a good reason to leave this one here, because I think we what I've heard from on a variety of topics is, are we spending the money that we are giving to districts the way we expect it to be spent? And I think that's a very important thing for us to know. So I would very much want to leave all of these, and as was previously said, if we cannot get this, then we can always punt back to the fallback position.
Yes, Chair Hopkins.
Has there been a post-audit on this specifically in recent years? Do we know when the last one?
Yes, there has been. Correct me if I'm wrong, I thought it was 2019 is what's coming to mind, around in that time frame. And the discussion on this task force was, would it be beneficial to have some type of follow-up audit to see where we currently are, since it's been several years, was kind of what prompted me to make the request.
And how many districts do they? I mean, I know we saw on at-risk, is 20 the normal number of districts that they pick? And
I think it depends on the objective and the scope of the audit. I'm not sure. What I am going to assume, and that's a little dangerous, is that knowing that this task force wanting to have a follow-up audit on some way would mirror the scope and size of the original audit, so we could make those comparisons. But I have not confirmed that, but that just makes sense to me that it would follow a same type of scope and process as the first one did. Yeah. Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am especially interested in the objective number 2 that you have listed out. We've been concerned about academic outcomes for years and have asked a lot of questions around those. And if the testimony and discussion today is that the at-risk, bilingual, and special ed money must stay in those accounts, we need to ensure that our students are getting academic outcomes. So I fully support the motion that's on the table.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
I'm not sure that I'm ready to be the one to make the substitute motion, but I was wondering if the maker of the motion might consider pulling out objective 2, since Dr. Harwood has offered to Representative Williams. Were you listening? I'm sorry. Okay, good. I didn't want to have to repeat. I was wondering if you might be willing to take out objective 2, since we could probably save a little manpower and duplication with Dr. Harwood maybe directing his staff to do that portion.
I will, before I call on Representative Williams, the reason we have a legislative post-audit department is because they follow audit principles and guidelines. They are nonpartisan, they are unbiased, they will provide us with a consistent report based off of the first one. So I would be hesitant, and that is nothing derogatory about our staff or KSDE. It's just that this is what they do. They follow the auditing guidelines and principles. We can rest assured that the methodology, the way they go about their work, and if you look at some of these, they go beyond just looking at the data. They talk to stakeholders. They go to the districts. They do those things. And we can then be confident that it was done in an objective way that follows audit principles and guidelines. So I would be hesitant to do that, but I will call on Representative Williams.
I would say ditto. I would like to keep it as is. It is an unbiased entity. It isn't a difficult one to accomplish. And I do think it gets to the root of what this committee wants, or at least some of us in this committee, and that is to have a formula that actually incentivize outcomes. So therefore, we need to make sure if we're going to have a weighting for bilingual, then we need to make sure it works. Because if it doesn't work, we probably need to do something different. So I actually think it's kind of a pressing overall question, and so I'm in hopes that we can find some time to do it. So I would not, you could do a substitute motion without me, but it wouldn't, I wouldn't make a friendly amendment. I wouldn't be in favor of that.
Representative McDonald.
I guess my response would just be that our KSDE staff is unbiased and nonpartisan too. And my comments were really just to try to find some middle ground so that I could better support this. So as is, I'm going to have to be a no. Thank you.
Any other questions before we, Senator Petty?
So I'll just bring it up again, and I'm glad we're having this discussion. I'll just bring it up again. I do believe that objective 3, we already have this information. It's already, been, as was mentioned by Dr. Harwood, is that our research staff is the best to provide this, to look into this, and we are looking at other states. So we've been looking at other states for every piece of information that we're going through, which I appreciate all the hard work they do. So I don't see it being beneficial for, if the post-audit committee decides to move ahead with this, for this post-audit study. And I don't see that it would provide any other information that we wouldn't already have gained.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask the revisers or the committee, the team, if they could tell us, we've had so many different comparisons on different funding vehicles. Have we had one specifically about ESOL? And I just missed it. We did. Okay, can you point to when? I can find it. It was probably on a particular day that we had that.
Yes, Representative Orts.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Reviser. If you saw her little twinkle, it's been a long day. I'm sorry, Reviser Lawrence.
Yeah, I would just let everyone know that when the School Equity and Enhancement Act was enacted in 2017, there was a statute in that, and I will pull that up in a moment, that listed a series of audits that required the Division of Post-Audit to look at different parts of the formula, and the bilingual weighting was one of those. Was it 2020? 2020 was the date that audit was, the bilingual audit was released. But there is a series of them in statute, and we can get that list too if you'd like it.
So does it specifically deal with reviewing state law and identifying other methods, of funding the ESOL services? And comparing it to other states specifically that we've looked at during this committee?
Reviser Long.
Working on that promotion still. No, the study looked at the expenditures and whether or not the expenditures comply with the law, whether the bilingual funding was calculated and distributed in accordance with the statutes, and it looked at the outcomes of the students who had gone through and completed some bilingual education, and it satisfied the requirements to move out of the system, what their outcomes looked at. It did not from reading the abstract just now, it did not appear to look at comparisons with other state programs for bilingual education.
And it seems that would be most appropriate for what we're doing with this committee. So what you're saying is, and when was the last one of these audits that was done, Jason?
Well, the specific bilingual weighting audit was in 2020. There were some other cost audits that included bilingual weighting in them that I think were completed after that. But the specific bilingual one, most comparable to what is being discussed now, was 2020.
Very good, thank you. I would say then, based upon the objective of this committee and the fact that this has not been done for 5 years, I would be in favor of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Senator Petty.
So, and Senator Gossage, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but I was listening to you, and initially I thought I heard you wondering if we had gotten anything as we looked at bilingual. And
that was my initial question. You're correct, if I could answer, Madam Chair, in that specific to Objective 3 that you mentioned, but the response was no, there's not been anything specific to this as regarding to other states. Did I understand that, Jason?
he's speaking to the law, to what was, okay, go ahead, Jason, you're the expert there.
Jason.
With respect to the audit that was done, the audit did not look at what has been done from other states, but I believe this committee has received information on bilingual from other states.
On bilingual from other states, this committee has. So that I can understand why there might be, so could I hear more about why we're wanting to include Objective 3?
Certainly, because the methodology and the scope that the LPA will use will be consistent with the first two objectives, and they do things such as talk to stakeholders, talk to people in the schools who are doing these services, which is something we have not received information on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Petty.
But my point about Objective 3 is that our research staff has provided us with this information about other states, and we will be using that. In our discussion, we have used that, and I'm sure we'll continue to use that to look at, and it seems, I'm having a hard time understanding why we would think that post-audit would have any different sources, because they're going to look at some of the states, not all of the states, within their, with the 3 auditors, a total of 4 months. If Objective 1 and 2 provides, if there's belief that that provides some different information, but Objective 3, to me, would not be, it's time spent that's already been spent by our research staff.
Representative Estes.
Thank you. To me, what's different about this is the conducting interviews. And I think when you go and you talk to other states, there's a difference between a spreadsheet that we know what other states are doing, but when you get a chance to talk to states and conduct the interviews that are outlined in this second bullet point, I think you kind of give yourself a chance to hear what a state likes and dislikes about what they're doing, or whatever words of wisdom they might want to pass on to us. So I support this.
And I've heard repeatedly that one of the things we need to do is make sure we get stakeholder input. This would provide that context that we have not had previously. So there is some differentiation over what we've previously had in, that I think could potentially be of value. And I seriously doubt when KLRD and post-audit does it that they may not have some different information or different ways of presenting it that might be helpful. So I see no harm in including it. So, but I will leave it to the will of the task force. Are there any other questions or comments? Just as a reminder, Director Profit, Mr. Moore, Dr. Harwood, and Director Rooker are non-voting members. So, okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. We will make that a committee recommendation to legislative post-audit. Okay, I believe that's the only leftover business, so we will open it back up. If there, and I really do appreciate how when we're having presentations that we kind of intermingle discussion throughout, which I think is very helpful, and I appreciate everyone's indulgence in not being rigid to the agenda. I think as people have questions and comments, we should entertain those as much as possible. So I think we've covered a lot of ground, but I do want to take an opportunity, if there's anything at all that we need to discuss or people have questions on, we have that opportunity at this point. So we will open it up. Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tried to sit down last night. I was sorting all of our mini papers, and I was wondering, I have a few questions. We haven't really talked explicitly about giftedness and the way we fund that. Will we be covering that during our special ed portion, or is that yet to be determined?
Yes, that will be during our next month's special education.
Okay. And then the next thing I really don't feel like we've delved deeply in is to how we fund virtual schools. Is that something that is on the agenda?
We will have a discussion on that in September as we kind of wrap up any loose ends.
And I was visiting with Matthew last night. There was a weighting called new facilities, and I may have written this wrong, but he explained that it was from 2015 and it's really no longer there. So is that something still in statute, and is it something we would need to clean up during this process?
I thought we still did provide new facilities waiting on bonds. We do not. Okay. So Matthew.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair, Task Force. So there's a new facilities weighting that is still on statute. However, the requirements to receive that weighting, which is separate from bond and interest, but to receive this weighting is tied to elements of buildings as of 2015. And my understanding from the department is no school districts qualify anymore to receive this weighting. It is part of the statutes that would sunset, and so would obviously, as of now, either sunset or be replaced. But that is one weighting that, yes, is kind of non-existent.
So I believe we can add that to our September agenda to discuss as to whether we let it sunset or we think it's a weighting that we might resurrect, so to speak. So Dr. Harwood.
I was just going to clarify that the bond issue had to be passed before June 30th of 2015. So there were buildings built after 2015 with 2015 bond issues, but it's only good for 2 years. So there's just no money left to build those. So that Matthew was correct. It's just.
And Director Ricker, did you have something on this?
Yeah, just to add on, the other contextual piece to keep in mind is the reason for the language in statute was to allow those projects that had been where the bonds were passed at a time when that was an actual weighting and factored into the size and scope of the bond, those could be completed. That, you know, in the give and take, the debate over what to include or not include in the formula moving forward, I would say it was not necessary. I would be open to whether districts in this state could benefit, you know, if we have growth pockets that really do need that kind of support. That's up for discussion whether it would be revived, but otherwise I would assume it's no longer a weighting that has any activity, so.
I'm happy to put that on the September agenda, just kind of one of those loose ends that we can just maybe come to consensus on. Okay, back to Representative McDonald.
I think I have two more things. I was looking at my ancillary folder, which did not have much in it, and I wrote down that we back into that with BOTA. I would benefit from a mini lesson and some handouts on the ancillary weighting and a review of BOTA. So I don't know if you have time for that or where you'd stick it. And then the last thing I have written down is COLA. I know that that's a really big issue in the districts that I represent, and I really haven't heard us talk much about it. So I want to make sure that it doesn't get lost in the shuffle and that we can devote enough time to really give that justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to be thoughtful about the issues that we need to discuss. Appreciate that. Yes, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And COLA, we did just update that, I think, about 3 years ago and increase that. One thing I would love for us to bring would be take a look at those states and how they deal with outcomes. And I believe I've heard many of you talk about the Miracle Mississippi Miracle. I was not aware of their success, and I would like to know what other states are doing in terms of accountability with outcomes. And I spend some time on those effective techniques that other states are doing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Representative Getz.
Yeah, mine is just a question on after September, if there's going to be a request to LCC to give more, in October, November, December, do any meetings that month, if there's going to be a request for that, just for clarity.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. Initially, there was, but I feel like we are probably approaching the saturation point. And in visiting preliminarily with the vice chair, I think at that point, we will probably need to take what we've gathered, and that's the reason for kind of the summary September meeting, and then regroup, and then I turn the gavel over to the vice chair in January of 2026, and then start from there give us that time to then come up with an approach with the new chair on how we'll transition and then move forward with our agendas for the rest of 2026. So, and unless someone really wants to come in October, November, December, and if something should, change that is unexpected, we can always make that request. But at this point, I'm hoping to wrap up and tie up and then be able to take what we've done at this point and come up with a plan with the incoming chair to move forward. So, yes. I'm sorry, Representative Getz?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I just remember at very first meeting or second, there was kind of a goal of a rough draft by this next session that we could talk to other members and get feedback and whatever we wanted to do. Is that still from that September wrap up? Is there going to be a rough draft? That seems like we'll just do a conclusion of kind of where we got to, but we may not be shooting for a rough draft, just for clarity.
Correct. I think I was a little ambitious, and we could meet, I think, in order to get to that point where I feel like it would be a valid instrument. So in talking with some folks, I think probably we will have a product come out that I think will be helpful. It will be more of a summary of our work up to this point, more of a plan of how we're going to approach getting to that July 1st, 2027 deadline, not so much an actual draft of a formula. I think that was ambitious, maybe, in those early days. But we will definitely want to have some type of product that everyone here on the task force can, come to say, this is the summary of our work, this is where we're headed, and have that as a working document going forward. So thank you for the question, because we do need to clarify that. I think that goal has definitely shifted at this point. Senator Petty.
I just wanted to ask staff, the Representative Williams brought up about other states and their effective techniques. I just wanted to make sure that it includes what year they started with funding to move to that, because I also have heard about the Mississippi Miracle, but as we heard earlier today, they did start in 2013, changing their funding. So I would hope that as you provide this information, that it includes when did they start those changes and the funding that went along with it.
Anything else at this point? Okay, next month, remember, we're moving our dates due to conflict, so I believe, check me, it's the 13th and 14th. It's a Wednesday, Thursday, I believe, of the following week than our normal meeting time. So please make sure I don't want someone to show up here, in the previous week and go, where is everybody? So please, if you have questions about those dates, make sure you get clarification. Next month is the 1 month that we had a change in our meeting dates. And special education, as we know, is a big topic. Staff would like to know, is there anything specific that they can prepare for next month? If you need to think about it, please let staff know if there's something relevant to special education you would like to have staff prepare. Senator Gossage. No, of August. It should be a Wednesday, Thursday, I believe, check me, it's the 13th and 14th. Yes, it is. Yes, 13th and 14th rather than that previous Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. Is that clear? Dr. Harwood.
So, and I've actually talked to KLRD about this, but I would like to see the two, I guess, different models that were very common among the other states that were student-based special education models, where one was based on student exceptionality, and whether that was each one was a separate weighting or whether there were categories of weightings, and the other one was time of service time in the IEP. If we go beyond that, data will be difficult. We'll do whatever we can, but I think those were some difference in how those are calculated were what most of the other ones were. Then the other difference was how you do what we call catastrophic aid and some of those kinds of things. So if there was a particular state that you said, hey, this was the one I liked, that's easy to model. It's also easy, once you have the data together, relatively easy to do that. But if you have something that's beyond that, the earlier you can let somebody know, the better, because we may have to get creative with how we're getting data together.
Yes, please be mindful and try to get your requests in ASAP. Yes, Representative Getz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine would be around different models of when the funding goes out, just some of our time frame capacity that it puts us in puts people in a strain. So whether that's around those models, if there's other ways, since it is not backed into or in a sense a refund, if it's from the front, what those timeframes would look like, and see if it could also solve some of those problems. That might be too big of a scope, but at least putting it on the parts of how that gets funded and then when the funding comes out. Thank you.
Dr. Harwood.
So we would be able to start funding as soon as Secretary of Profit tells us when we have enough money to start sending it out. So cash flow is actually one of the things that goes into when we start sending money out for the state in the new fiscal year. So we'd be able to do that at any time. The big difference is that districts would know what their preliminary numbers are at whatever the student count is, unlike a reimbursement model where you don't know what it is until you're done. So any student model would make it so that the funding could happen at a much more timely pace.
Representative Estes.
Thank you. Dr. Harwood, in response to what you said about the models, how well are you guys able to drill down on average cost ranges in Kansas? How I think it's kind of easy to say a speech pathologist is generally going to cost this much an hour, but when you get into things that are more complicated, how well are you guys able to give us information on some of those cost estimates?
I'd have to look into that. It's not something that, we just look at total costs and just 4 categories of reimbursement, of partial reimbursement. So I don't have that information now. I'd have to look into that. I know there are some organizations in the state that have looked at that at different times. So we'll just have to see how easily we can get something together or how timely it is, but we can look into it.
Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have two more things. When we talked about bilingual, I was really curious about the definition of newcomer, and if we're going to do this LPA, I would really like to understand better what other states are using for the definition of newcomer, particularly if they split up funding into different tiers. We weren't able to drill down on that as much. And then I remember when I was teaching, I was an ELL teacher, and I remember that September 20th head count was like so important. And then invariably somebody moves in on the next day, right? And so I might have dreamed this, but I feel like some of the models that we got from other states had a second date that they honed in on to maybe do some modifications. I don't know if it was after Christmas, but I didn't know if the will of the committee might be to look into or consider something like that, because I really do think that being able to really predict how much money you're going to have coming in as a district helps them budget better. And so I never really understood why they're penalized and not able to get reimbursed for the expenses for the new children until the whole following year.
Dr. Harwood.
Well, our current funding formula has a second count date of February 20th, but it only applies to districts that qualify as military, serving enough military students. So there is a mechanism already in the formula, but it only applies to a very specific number of schools.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
I would really like to see some expansion of that. I think that would make a whole lot of sense. I appreciate that we do it for military. Absolutely, we should. But I just think it might clear up some of the inequities that we might see for districts that have a lot more mobility.
Representative Williams.
Super fast. So if we did that, should we deduct when students move out?
I think it's worth discussing.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm big on context. That was a very specific exploration that we made in 2017 through the K-12 budget committee process, and concluded that sticking with the September 20th start date, head count day is, or head count, not start date, but that was the route that we would take as a state. So doesn't mean we can't re-examine and change minds, but at the time there were some pretty strong feelings and reasons for landing on September 20th.
And again, I don't know that anything is off the table as far as discussion to take a look at and just make sure it's still the course of action we need to take. I can't promise we'll be able to do all of these in September, but I can tell you we will make a list, and the vice chair and I will, at some point try to address any of the issues that the task force would like to look at. So, anything else? If you do think of something else, please just contact myself or the vice chair or staff, and we will try to accommodate all of those requests that we can. Dr. Kempf, it was a pleasure to have you. Chair Hopkins, thank you. You are welcome back anytime. So pleasure to have you. Megan, Representative Still, welcome to the task force. Madam Vice Chair, anything we need to address before we adjourn?
I can't think of anything.
Thank you for all of your input and your work. Thank you to staff, as always, do a phenomenal job. Have a very happy 4th of July, and we are adjourned.